I went in Kiwi's live stream, and dude was like, everyone that's got a cell phone in their pocket has proved the globe. He's like, I'm like, okay, how? He's like, well, if you got Google Maps or Apple Maps, that proves the globe. I'm like, yeah, okay, how? Well, where's the flat Earth map? So he, like you say, he ran away from his own claim when pressed on it.
Yep,
Proved his
exactly.
bullshit.
But
He just run away from it and start asking me questions.
You know what's rare about this one is that Tony has actually taken hundreds of images and videos, and he still won't make a claim about his videos. That's what's weird about it. It's like, why are you making all these observations when you won't make a single claim about it?
The burden of proof is not on us. No matter how many people believe the Earth's a ball, the burden of proof is not on us. Even if everybody in the world, and I'm the only person that thinks the Earth's flat, the burden of proof is still not on me. Because it's obviously flat. Obviously. That's the way it looks. So I have no burden. I can just say, open your door, look outside. That's my evidence. What's your counter evidence? Oh, look at these equations. That's not evidence.
That's
a piece of paper with ink on it.
Amen. Where's your globe?
Yeah, where can I go to see to experience this globe you claim exists? Oh, you got to go to space. Well, how can I get there? Well, you can't. Okay, let's bank on that.
Yep.
There's a Polish astronomer told us the Earth is flat from my country.
Say that again. What was that?
I mean, a Polish astronomer told us all that the Earth is flat.
Oh, the Polish astronaut? Yeah.
Polish astronomer. Yes.
You're Polish? You speak Polish?
Yeah, I speak Polish.
So is that an accurate translation? What they show? Because I don't speak Polish. I don't know. I kind of gotta like do what I don't like do and trust somebody that translation is accurate.
I can translate.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, you see that video where the Polish astronaut was admitting
that's what he's saying. He's Polish. He's saying it's from his country.
Yeah, the astronomer told us that the Earth is flat.
I saw that video. Are you referring to the video where the Polish astronaut said the Earth is flat?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
I know. I just want to double confirm it, you know.
He was up there and told us it's flat.
I wish he would have went further and said nobody goes to space. Because it's impossible.
Well, the orbit is possible, I think.
Orbit is possible? Is that what you said?
Yes, in some parts.
Orbit around what?
Orbit around orbit around flat Earth.
Around flat Earth? How?
I mean, how the gravity is a discovery.
Okay, gravity. That's another discussion.
There'd have to be outer space. No outer space, so I don't know how that.
Yeah. We have to be far away.
How far? Just throw a satellite or something up in space and see if it like falls around the Earth and see how long it falls around the Earth.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how there's outer space and how we're breathing. Why isn't the water all evaporated? Water's exposed to vacuum, it evaporates. The water. Oh, because there's some air that's not supposed to be there, blocking it. So the barrier for the water is the atmosphere. The atmosphere apparently is the barrier for the atmosphere as well. So, yeah.
I'm thinking the theory is that the gravity still works on the flat Earth.
It does. It's published papers on it.
It still
Newtonian
works.
gravity. Yeah. You can use Newtonian gravity or general relativity on flat Earth.
Or specific gravity. You can use that one. That one works.
Yeah, weight. You don't think weight works on a stationary surface?
Yeah, it's just you can have a physics model and it can quote unquote work. That don't mean it's true. There's a big difference. Something working is way different than it being true.
Yeah, I mean, you can throw a satellite into space and it'll spin around Earth.
Well, the moon is.
The moon's spinning around Earth. Is that because of gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Zero gravity might be.
Based on what? Well, how's the moon spinning around Earth due to gravity?
I mean,
gravity does everything, Helio. Remember, makes things go up, down. Left.
Oh shit! I forgot about that one. And the Earth is spinning around the sun due to gravity. My bad. I forgot about the solar system.
Dude thinks, yeah, like no, we're not spinning. We're like rolling like a wagon wheel. We're rolling around the sun because we're like on a disc. Remember?
Yeah, but the moon is tidally locked to Earth, and that's why they only see one side of it ever.
We're going full retard right now, so let's just go with the wagon wheel.
Might as well.
So the sun is in place, right? And it's like we're going around like a wagon wheel, right? And but from our viewpoint, it seems like the sun is going circling the flat Earth, right? That's how it works. I bet you I can make a mathematical model where that would actually work. Make the Earth a disc wagon wheel in space.
Yeah, make your solar system model from that.
I bet you I could. I bet you $100. I can make the math work.
Yeah, but it'd be like 3D, but it'd only be one-sided. It wouldn't have
exactly. It's rolling like a wagon wheel. The sun is just on one side of the wheel.
The North Star means it doesn't work. The space.
Not the way they describe it.
That's fine. Stars are fine.
Yeah.
We'll just say refraction. With refraction, we can do anything. We can just bend the light any which way we want.
Yeah.
Yep. Gravity is the Father God, and refraction is the Son of the Father God. Yep.
Hallelujah. Amen.
They commit all miracles. Any problem at all, just call unto your great Father gravity, who has the Son save your refraction. Yep, all problems eliminated.
Solar systems, black holes, galaxies. It's just so amazing. I mean, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I mean, come on.
Gravity, it's what's holding us together, not God.
Guys, what the fuck happened to Ladies' Night?
Indio ruined it.
Has yet to
Hey, wait. To be honest, if the ladies want to take over, man, they've been late anyway the past few weeks.
Are there any ladies that would like to jump in?
Helio, they can be late. Okay? They can be late.
They're always late. I mean, dude, have you ever been married before?
I'm saying they can be late and you'll shut up about it is what's going on.
Yeah.
Women,
don't ruin this.
Yeah, women are never late and they never lie. They just change their mind. So
Exactly. See, you guys are getting
my bad. I apologize to the ladies.
You know what I love about? Listen, wait, let me just help this out. We're gonna get this going. You know what I love about women is that women will talk to each other and lie to each other for an hour straight and pretend they don't tell. But as soon as a man lies to them, they slap the shit out of them. That's why I love women.
You have to remember.
Now.
You guys have to remember too. They are all putting their makeup on to get ready to talk on the internet.
Nope, that's sexist. Nope.
It's ladies' night.
Hey, women
I stopped
are
wearing
listen,
makeup, so y'all better put up with it.
Women are tired of being seen as sex objects. That's why they wear bikinis on Instagram. They can't stand that shit.
They can't stand it.
That's right. Oh shit, I forgot about that.
All
They
you
don't
want me for
You
is
guys,
sex, but
I was trying to give women some credit here and say, hey, where's ladies at night at? And y'all are just fucking up.
No, but I'll tell you what, flat Earth ladies aren't subject to that, so we all know that.
In conclusion, don't let the fake flat earther ruin a good time. Thanks.
What?
I second that motion.
Exactly. You missed the listen. This was about an hour 35.
Motion.
Yeah, glad you weren't here for the fake flat earther that comes in and doesn't make a claim but says he's a flat earther but can't tell you why he's a flat earther. Yeah, it's my new favorite troll.
Oh, those ones. Yeah, those are good.
Oh, and he decided that because he realized the Earth was flat, he didn't want to be part of the system, and he instantly went into the unemployment line. So, flat Earth? Oh, fuck my job.
Yeah, and I actually inadvertently called him out on that, so that was weird.
Because it was so absurd.
Guys, he's a little bit of an older guy as well, by the way. Like,
well, that's okay, but I've known
you're being a homer, man. You're just trying to defend your nation.
Just trying to defend your nation of freaking socialism, you know, whatever. It's weird.
Us Australians have to stick together.
I reckon you're being slightly harsh. Like, I mean,
we are, but at the same time, hey, we could say the same thing about a lot of Americans and English, and I mean, a lot of people are on welfare. But you know, it's just not the way a lot of us were. But a lot of Americans are on there that are on here as well, you know, on welfare or retirement because they worked 40 years of their lives and they don't have to work anymore because they're getting a paycheck.
Nothing against you personally, but I lost respect for Australians because when those kids that they locked in quarantine, even though they had a negative test and then they escaped and then they hunted them down like they were murderers. You guys stand for that? Or tolerate? I shouldn't say stand for it. Tolerated that. Y'all should have burnt down everything.
Well, we've been pretty pathetic at standing for things, but at least in the last couple of months, there was hundreds of thousands of people protesting in Melbourne. A couple of weeks ago, hundreds of thousands, like world record breaking amounts.
Good, but like you heard about the kid thing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
The 3 teenagers, they like set up roadblocks like they were murderers.
Yeah, in my hometown, bro, they circled a mother that was 50 meters away from her house with her groceries, with her autistic son, and like circled them about not wearing a mask. And they got on their walkie-talkie and told their father, come down, like these people are abusing us. These people are like harassing us. And the father came down and they ended up bashing the father till they broke his jaw in about 6 places. They arrested everybody, including the autistic boy. And then when I went down to like complain to the police station, they gave me a fine for not wearing a mask. And I've threatened to go to like sort of IBAC really with the complaints because these officers don't even know the mask rules.
Sounds like the revolution is going to start in Australia, bro.
Looks like it, yeah.
Imagine, I saw a video on YouTube, right? So the girl goes up to a drive-thru. She doesn't have a mask on. She's in her car, McDonald's. Guy's like, I can't give you the food unless you have a mask, and tries to hand her a mask. She's like, you can hand me the mask, and that's safe, but you can't hand me the food? Like, what? Like, it made no sense, right? You can hand her a mask for her. He can hand her the food. What's the difference between the mask and like? It made no sense. It's like I saw these people, man. It's like just following orders. I don't care if the order makes sense or not. I'm just following orders.
Well, you might hate me for this one, Indio, but I feel like that's what you get for going to McDonald's.
Well, yeah.
This is why they took.
Well, fuck you. I got a fucking bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit yesterday at McDonald's for $1 on my deals app. You know, my McDonald's.
Number one, there was no bacon in that. That was not bacon, Helio.
And
It wasn't.
I ordered it on the app.
It was human.
In the store, no mask, and it was ready instantly. Like
Oh
as
my
soon as
God.
I walked in, didn't even have to wear a mask. It was like, hey, here's this, and then I fucking.
Oh my
walked
God, the
out.
one place in
No
America
mask.
where shit is still as it should be. I can't believe it. You are so blessed, Helio.
Dude, here's the
Hey, you
funny
know
thing.
where I
Like, he's like,
live?
hooray!
Arkansas.
Yes, Fayetteville. Yes, I
I
know.
already had.
Hey, high five Ronald McDonald. God damn it.
Like someone bragging about taking care of their kids. Like, you're supposed to take care of your kids. Like, why are you bragging about that?
Right.
Like, you're bragging about like stuff you're supposed to be able to do. You're supposed to be able to walk into a McDonald's without a mask and just get your food, and it's supposed to be right.
Correct.
Your motherfucking bacon biscuit.
It's not bacon, it's human.
I heard that's why Muslims don't eat pork, is
Well,
because it's the most.
You can make human meat taste like bacon if you wanted to, but
Yeah,
I'm pretty
they
sure
do
it
it.
was bacon.
They do it, Helio. You're eating human every time you go to McDonald's. You laugh at it, bro. It's cannibalism. So
Awesome.
Okay, well, fuck your mom.
Roadkill possum.
that's okay. There's no controlling it, so might as well enjoy it.
I don't do it every day. But
I don't eat humans every day.
He washed it down with
a sound like the ladies' room.
He washed it down with a shot of adrenochrome.
No, it was a shot of Ozarka spring water. I don't know.
Ladies, save us.
Come on, ladies.
Well,
Yes,
that
please,
shit
ladies,
comes
save
from-
us before this degenerates into
Texas.
the men's bottom.
Yeah. Before, listen, I can't take any more of Helio Skeptic and McDonald's. I can't do it. Let's go.
Let's ladies' night.
Frankenfood.
Yeah, where are the girls? I'd so much rather hear a woman's voice. Hear a girl laugh.
Battle Modest Shines, Damsel Medic. We got Damsel Medic, Battle Shot. Who else we got here? KJ.
Yep.
We only have 3 people here. I wrote to the ladies. I don't see many in here. My microphone is on the fritz. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Does it sound like crap?
No,
You
sounds
sound
fine.
great. You
sound good to go. Perfect.
Thank you, huh? I know it doesn't sound that
You sound good.
No, it does sound fine.
Okay.
You sound real good, Shines.
We'll see. It'll start clipping and like acting funny.
I'm trying to get out of it. You're doing ladies.
I promise once the ladies start, I will shut the hell up.
Awesome. Well, I mean, I have DJ and so does Damsel, but I never got taught how to do that, and we need songs to play. We're kind of left here in the weeds. Usually,
KJ knows how to do it. KJ's really good at DJ.
Yeah.
I know ladies like to make events out of everything, but it doesn't have to be formal. You can just like wing it. But I'll tell you how to use the bot. I'll tell you how to use the bot.
How do you use it?
You type !play and then the link, and then it'll play it.
Okay, that's really easy. !point.
Put a space after play.
Space after play. !play is one word, and then space play, or then the space URL.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, well, we just need a song to play then. If anyone has one. Usually Drace and Karma are here with the songs, but they aren't here.
I think once we start, a lot of people, more people will show up. To be honest.
Well, does anybody have a song they want to play?
I thought the ladies already had a song.
Like Ritual.
KJ, it's you.
Yeah, it's on you, KJ.
Pick the best one. No pressure.
Pick a good one, yeah.
No pressure.
Are you here, KJ? Oh, she's here. Cool.
Yes, she is.
Here, but not saying anything. I love that GIF right there, Levelist.
Oh.
That little girl's so cute. I don't know. I got taken away.
And now it got taken away. What the hell's that? I love that. That was funny.
Everybody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, McKenna Tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educated, you bringing me down like an elevator, better yet an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it, I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it, never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
That was an awesome choice, KJ. Was that Elijah?
Yeah, that was Elijah.
Yeah, that was dope. He reminds me, when he raps like that, it reminds me of somebody who's famous, and it's like tickling the back of my brain so badly.
Busta Rhymes.
No, it's not Busta Rhymes at all. It's somebody else.
Damn it.
I know, that's not even
close.
Not even close.
Not even close. I can't figure out who it is, but there's this sly way about how he delivers, and like
he
does.
He can sing too.
I know he's amazing. I've heard him sing. He did a song, I think it was with Lulu. It was amazing. I think was a song that I heard of him. But yeah, I totally dig that song. That was awesome. Great choice.
So much talent.
Yep.
Well, it's just us ladies in here. I think there's only 3 of us, which is a fantastically beautiful number. But I don't know when my microphone. Well, actually, now there's just 2 because KJ isn't even listening anymore.
Oh, she went off, huh?
Yes, just me and you, girl.
Hey, will you guys answer a question? I'll give you kind of like a topic / question.
Okay.
Right. So, this is for the ladies, Glatt.
Just to let you know, Glatt.
Yeah, just
fine.
Let you know. Well, we have scissors. We could do the deed. Anyway, question would be, okay, so, there's like, obviously you looked at evidence and became flat earthers, right? But there's things that, like, people that try to sell you on the globe or part of the globe like narrative that, at least to me, are indicators that it's a bunch of bullshit. So what do you think that, like, the things they tell you that say, hey, it's a globe because XYZ or because of some like particular way they're trying to convince you, that indicates that it's just one big lie? If you understand what I'm trying to ask you.
Say that last part one more time.
There's things that of the globe narrative that like, you know, people, you can tell people are lying because they'll like look down or look to the side or whatever, right? So there's like indicators that they're lying. So what part of the globe narrative indicates that it's just a big BS story? That it, just in your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, oh gosh, there's so much.
Just think, well, go through it.
So, I mean, it even just stems from childhood. It reminds me of like the Santa Claus lie or the Tooth Fairy lie or things like that, where watching my son grow up and watching him just see a few little shows, like we would watch Peppa Pig or whatever, and he's walking around talking about space all of a sudden, right? And there's no way to really have a conversation with him about it to say like, that isn't real, or, you know, it's really just embedded in our mind since the moment we were born. And so that to me is one thing now that I'm an adult and can recognize how, you know, anybody who knows how to steal somebody's mind is to get them while they're young, right? And that's why we see the education system set up the way that it is, the college system set up the way that it is, television, advertising, everything, you know, the sex that is even in toys when they're young. So being an adult now and being able to reflect back on that as a memory and seeing what's happening to my son, that's one of the huge factors for me. And then the people that they have as their spokesman, just really seeing who they are as a person, I think says a lot. You know, if off the top of my head, Neil deGrasse Tyson or Bill Nye. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I mean, how many tweets does he have about you can only kiss yourself in the mirror on the lips? Like, just the things that he actually provides are nothing of wisdom, nothing of true depth or logic or philosophy. It's just these are the talking points and what can I say that sounds cool, while also being a narcissist. And Bill Nye, after watching the Ken Ham debate between him and Bill Nye and then watching that walkthrough afterwards, I don't know if you guys have ever watched that, but I highly recommend it. It's a debate, and I'm not a fan of Ken Ham. I mean, he's a glober. He has his own. I have my own qualms with him. But during this debate, they're debating whether evolution, the way that it's presented to us, is in fact real or not. And it was a great debate. But what happens afterwards when they do this walkthrough together is beyond fascinating. Watching Bill Nye and the way that he behaves and the way that he talks and how just disgusting he is, it blew my mind. And so you really get to, like, when you get to see these people when they're behaving what they think is like in a natural setting, you can really sense that they're just like not real. Hi, Reckoner and your horses. By the way, that's hilarious to me. But yeah, it just, so those kinds of things, seeing who the people are that, you know, even you can even go to, what's his name? Brain farting, the Tesla guy. Elon Musk, right? Like, who is this guy? Like, what's going on with this guy? Like, every single person, Bezos, like, all of these people that are at the forefront of this, even Trump. It's like this whole Space Force thing. You can see the joke once you're clear of it. And those kinds of things I don't think would be welcoming to somebody who's in the Matrix, if you will. But people have stepped out of it. Those kind of things are just, it's so blatant now to me. And then there are reoccurring themes of meteors are going to come and crash into the earth and we're going to save the day. You know, that was recent that they were going to shoot a rocket off to one. I haven't kept up with the news. I don't know if they did that, but I mean, that's like a reoccurring event of saying that we're in danger, that we need this space stuff because this meteor is going to come and wipe us out like it did the dinosaurs, right? So all of these different things, to me, those are I have a lot more, but just off the tip of my head, like just really, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And then once you see it and you can't unsee it, you can see so much more to how idiotic it actually is and how it's amazing that we ever fell for it. You know? That's me.
Well, awesome.
What about you, Danzel?
Well, I'd say some of the same things, but even just the mirage thing. Even when I was a kid, I was told things I was seeing too far were a mirage, and I knew that couldn't be right. Just all kinds of excuses through this whole thing. Nothing actually provided as factual evidence either. It's always a story you're told. Just stories. And to back it up. So, yeah, it's a lot of narcissism, gaslighting. You start to pick up on it after a while, especially if you've dealt with narcissists before. It starts to become real obvious that people are that much into deceiving you.
Well, I just want to say the reason I asked it is because you guys familiar with Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, I know who he is. I don't watch him, but
he said his reason that he became a flat earther wasn't because of the evidence for flat Earth. Was it because their explanations were so bad? They were just so bad. Like, I can't believe that this is what you're actually saying. Why the Earth's a globe? Like, this is horrible.
Oh, you're gonna get into the explanations of it if that's where you want to go down, not just like what they do. Because I thought you were talking about body language, like signs.
Well, yeah, all that. But the whole thing, was just so ridiculous to him. Is that like when he actually, because he never thought about it before, but when he started going in his chat and asking globe earthers and just like what they were saying to him was just so like. It was so weak that he was like, hold on, there must be something to this. This can't be your answer.
Well, see, one of the funniest things to me that really caught me off guard, and I'm surprised that other people haven't realized this, because when I talk to them about it, they're like, oh my God, I didn't even realize that. But it was like, for me, when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the Earth was pear-shaped, what the meaning of pear-shaped is that it's gone to shit. Like, things are falling apart. Things are really bad right now. So it was almost like a signal to the rest of his community, like the world has gone pear-shaped. Like, we are inside of a war right now. Like, people are figuring this out. So it was almost like, he was explaining something, but the use of that word, whether it was like a Freudian slip that he called it pear-shaped or whatever it was, pear-shaped, things going pear-shaped means they're going bad. And so their model is going bad. So to me, that one, it really just like hinged on that one. Like, wow, he just admitted like this model isn't doing good, and it's not a freaking like even in the slightest. So even it doesn't make any sense. None.
Well, it certainly contradicts the pictures they give us of Earth. It doesn't look any different but a perfect circle.
And so when they're saying it's pear-shaped, they're like, well, it's 13 miles on each edge. So therefore, it's like, well, that's not a freaking pear. That's nothing to do with a pear. So I think it was a Freudian slip, and now they can't back their way out of it. I think it was like a signal, Freudian slip, whatever. But it's quite fascinating that was his choice of words. And to me, that really seemed like they're fucked. Like, they get it. They understand how in the weeds they are.
Yeah, it's a colloquial term to say pear-shaped. And somebody posted that definition too. Pear-shaped means to go wrong, to fail miserably, to go awry in a terrible fashion. So yeah, you're probably right. It was a Freudian slip.
I think it was.
We've made a big mistake.
I think it was.
But yet you can see boats go over the horizon and see curvature from an airplane. That's what we get told. There's no consistency in the lies. That's the other thing. If it was truth, there wouldn't be a problem. But because it's not, we can't see stars. We can't see stars. Which one is it?
There's also something seductive about their lies, right? Which is we all fell for. I mean, it's amazing, right? If that were the actual truth, it is amazing. And it's amazing how much they have. That's why sometimes I wonder if like they just got confused and they thought that this actually was, and then the lie kept, they kept searching into this lie and they believed that this lie was actually true because they thought that it was true based off of what they thought. Then the moon stuff happened and then there was no turning back from it. Now this lie is something that can never be turned back from because everybody has lied about it. Or was it a lie from the very beginning? I mean, we can ponder on this until the end of time because I don't think the liars will ever actually admit to when they realized it was a lie or if it was a lie from the beginning. But it's definitely a lie. And it has captured the hearts and the minds of the world over, you know, because it is so cool to think, oh, there's this out there and that out there. But then when you realize what's going on, you realize it's actually way cooler to not know exactly what is going on and that there's so much more for us to search and what is actually there, what is past where we can discover at the north, at the south, what is up in the sky. It's so much more beautiful than the lie that they've actually told us. And it's just fascinating how seductive it is for people that they can, hold on to that so tightly that they will lose family members over it and not even willing to have a conversation about it. But we see it happening with much less, right? So I guess it's not so shocking after all.
Well, it's been bought into enough that they could actually create another defensive force against it. The Space Force, which we never hear or see anything of that. Kind of makes me wonder what they're going to pull next, because we never see any evidence of what that is either.
Well, no, I thought
they're just Air Force people right now, so...
I thought that they were saying that they were using the Space Force for this meteor that was coming. That there was first it started.
They claimed that.
Yeah, they started off saying that there was this meteor. It was no danger to us, but they were just going to shoot rockets to it just to see what happens to the meteor when they shoot a rocket at it to see if they could defend us from meteors that might be a danger in the future. Then the next headline, like 2 weeks later, was like, this meteor is a danger to us, and now we're shooting rockets at it. And I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if anyone here has. If you have, please speak up. But that was the last thing I heard. And they said that they were using Space Force to do it. And I was like, this is ridiculous. It reminds me of that movie with, what's his name from Tool Time? Buzz Lightyear, of all people. Tim Allen. That's his name.
Tim Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of that movie.
No, the only thing I've heard is that there is a channel out there that claims to have inside information because he was former CIA. Yeah, whatever. Yada, yada. Anyway, he claims that Space Force is doing their job. They're taking all the asteroids out along with China and other Russians and whatever else, who also supposedly have hyper weapons and hyper Space Force now, too, supposedly ahead of ours. That's the new space race. It's going to happen. It's going to hoot up there first. So, and supposedly they're already protecting our planet. They're just not telling you.
Well, this is
crazy talk.
This is what freaks me out about that. Is it makes me wonder, like, what are they actually doing? And if they are shooting rockets to something, could it possibly damage something that would harm us, potentially? You know what I mean? Like, what are they actually testing? We have no clue what our governments are up to, where these rockets that they've already been shooting have been doing to wherever they're landing, whether it's in an ocean or a land somewhere, whatever is going on. And that's frightening, you know, like that they have all this power and that the people believe in them, that what they're doing is what they say they're actually doing. When it's like, why does nobody question our government? After everything that they've done, everything that we've seen, they still just are like happy little sheep to be lined up for slaughter. It blows my mind.
Well, it's like people don't even think about, well, you know, if it is true that we have things flying around there and there is asteroids, do you think you want to actually blow it into millions of pieces or pieces off of it so that it can hit more of you or what? I don't get it. There's no safety concerns. It's like they know what they're doing. They're going to do it. So even if it was true, nobody questions it. They should. These kind of things, if that was true, could hurt us. But nobody will question it.
Yeah, they don't question much of anything. I mean, they're not questioning anything as simple as what's going on right now, which we doth not talk about. But, I mean, it's just amazing to me how willing people are to give up. It's human nature to be inquisitive. And you're not even going to question it. You're going to stand by and be like, this is what the truth is. Like, you're not even going to, like, even try to see the other side. You're not even going to try to play devil's advocate. which I think is the most important thing that we all do, and especially playing it with ourselves to make sure that we're on point. You know, anytime I think something is true, I'm like, well, what about this? What about that? You know, and I will continue doing that. But most people just run and flee from ever questioning. I don't know if it's like a safety blanket or what the fuck it is, but there's something wrong with the fact that a lot of people are not willing to question, and especially not question the government or their education or anything. It blows my mind.
Well, I think it's twofold, though. It's that, yeah, they want a safety blanket. They don't want to think anything's wrong. And if it is, what are they going to do about it? But that means they also have to take some responsibility for the belief in it beforehand. And that's hard for people to do because they don't want to admit that they were conned. It's very hard to admit you've been conned for a lot of people. Some of us can get over it pretty quick. Others don't.
I think that people have been so well trained through their education and through college, right? That no, they aren't concerned about not questioning it in the beginning. They just dive right into the believing rather than ever questioning it. And then they're so well trained that if somebody does dare question what it is that they have been told and what they believe, that yes, that ego then sprouts up like a humongous tree grown overnight that's like larger than the world over, and they dig their heels in and they will double down, triple down, do anything than actually look at the evidence that goes against what they've been told because they dare not be wrong. And I don't know where that learning has come from, where the ego is so mighty in these people that they would, like, look at what just happened with Jussie Smollett, right? Like, he created a hate hoax. And then when he gets found out, he then still is creating another hoax and saying, oh no, these guys are the ones who painted their eyes to look white and did this to me, and like doubling, tripling down. Now that he's found guilty, he's like, we're going to appeal this, and you know, I'm going to found innocent. It's like, dude, it's like the perfect example of how these people's minds work. It's like like mind blowing. Like, dude, you're caught. Just admit you lied. Just be humble enough. Have the hubris. Like, I mean, it's just wild. They just don't get it.
They can't.
Use.
We have such narcissism in people nowadays, and that was part of the social media's reason for being created the way it is and the way it was allowed to go.
I think that's what separates us from them.
Just allow people to have that narcissism. They can't back down.
Yeah, it's what separates us from the people who are the people who are able to escape what this world tells us that it is, to us being able to decipher, like, hey, nah, like there are other options here, and they're more logical and reasonable. When they look at us as if we're the unreasonable ones, we can see that they in fact are the unreasonable ones and haven't done any research on anything, haven't thought things through. You know, it is what separates us from them.
Hi, little one. I can hear your little one in the background.
He's blowing bubbles.
Say hi. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Glad you're letting your mom on for a little while.
Yeah, he's being kind. It is a dog.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that looks like Cocoa Puffs.
Sorry.
He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, those dogs were cuckoo for Cocoa. Holy shit. It was deleted. My bad.
It was really cute. I don't know why the cutest music was deleted. Who's deleting me?
It was distracting. Sorry.
Oh, it was too cute. Well, how are you, KJ? I haven't talked to you in a while. Are you still here? Oh, she's typing. I don't think she can talk. I wonder where everyone is. Where's Drace? Where is everyone?
I don't know. Last week was the same problem. We didn't get anywhere.
I was here the week before, and it was like that as
I was
well.
the only one around. I was the
Yes.
only one here for a bit. So
Yes, do you think it has something to do with the holiday season?
maybe, but
Maybe.
there's no holiday this weekend.
Well, it certainly isn't this weekend, but and I'm speaking out of turn for the sake of filling time, I guess, right? But yeah, I mean, I really want Ladies' Night to be as awesome as it has been in the past. So anyway.
Yeah, I love Ladies' Night. It's been my favorite. Like, I have been working really hard on my book and haven't been on Discord at all. Just like, I was so addicted to Discord. It was in here like almost every day, but I realized I needed to get back to work. But I definitely stopped that for Ladies' Night. I was like, I'm definitely going to come on every Ladies' Night.
Wait. So no spoilers. You're going to tell us about your book.
No spoilers. I'm not going to give them biggest point away, but it definitely does encapsulate flat Earth. The fact that mountains are trees and all kinds of different, titans. It incorporates all of that kind of stuff. And it incorporates biblical, like the fall. And it's a split between worlds. And so there's two different worlds. So the character.
So is this a fiction novel?
Yeah, it's going to be. Mm-hmm. And it's going to have it's going to be multi books. Like, I'm been plotting it out and everything. It's probably going to be like 9 books in total.
Really? So it's a series.
It's going to be a series. Yes.
All right, cool. Awesome. I mean, no spoiler, but can you give us just an introduction? I mean, I'm a huge fan of fiction, so everybody knows that about me.
It's definitely fantasy, right? So there's going to be a lot of fantasy at play. It starts off with a young girl. Her name is Violet, and she has a best friend, Art, and another friend, Rose. And I can't tell you the main points because it would give too much away.
Sure. Yeah.
But they basically what happens is she ends up, her parents are killed right before her eyes by somebody who comes from a different world. She thinks is her friend at school, and she ends up chasing after her, slipping on some mushrooms, and the mushrooms lead her into a fairy circle into the other world. It's going to be much cooler than that. The way I say it, it sounds kind of dumb and lame, but it's going to be really intense and really beautiful. And she's going to grow really large, and her friend Art is going to be really small, and they're going to be like, what is going on? And she's going to discover who she actually is. And he has to eat something in order to grow the same size as her because he's a human. So it's kind of like an Alice in Wonderland.
So is this similar to, I mean, not to belittle it or anything, but is this similar to like the, Alice in the Rabbit Hole,
So it'll touch on a lot of.
Not because it's not going to belittle it. Every single fiction story is based on the Alice going down the rabbit hole.
Well, if you've ever noticed my picture on here, I don't have a picture of myself, but it says Curiouser and Curiouser. Because Alice in Wonderland was my first story that I grew up with that I absolutely fell in love with. And so it's going to touch on not just that story, not just Harry Potter, not just every single story through, like every story that has something amazing that I can recall, of course, with my own brain, is going to touch on this because of who Violet actually is and the world that she's actually going to. And when the fall happened, when we were split from each other, the human side of things, it's creation, right? And who are the creators? The creators are the muses. The muses who interact with us, and there's going to be.
I think you're already going too far into your story. I think you're spoiling it already.
Spoiling it at all. You won't even. Trust me, it goes.
All right, cool.
Really, really deep, and the twists and turns are going to blow people's minds. I've been working on it for like 10 years, plotting this out and gathering information, and it's finally coming down to like the final layout and plotting of the book to where I'm almost ready to start. I wrote the first 3 chapters and then I put it aside because I was like, I need more plotting. Like, I need to make sure that this is tight before I begin writing. And so I'm almost done with the plotting to carry on. And yeah, things that happen in the first book will blow your mind in the last book, and everything will connect. And you're going to be like, it's one of those things where at the end you're going to be like, how did I not see that coming? Like, this is amazing. So that's what I really wanted so much, because that's my favorite part of reading, is when somebody can actually trick you and you think you know where it's going. You're like, stupid, I totally know what's going to happen here. And then everything falls apart and you're like, whoa, I did not.
Tonight I was watching Wheel of Time, the new series on
I've been
Netflix, on Amazon. I watched that. I haven't finished the entire series yet, but I was watching that coming into this.
Yeah, one of my guys that I listen to, of course, is Brandon Sanderson. He does a lot of lectures on writing and stuff like that, and it's really cool how he got to end that series, finish writing it, because he passed away. What was his? I can't remember the first author's name.
It's very difficult to actually recreate, something as a production, from a book. Anyway. I mean, that's obvious. I mean, it's not whatever. I'm not saying anything profound.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, because it is hard. When you read a book, it's much different than watching a show. And anybody who's read a book then watches the show, they're like, the book is much better. I've never read anything and then watched a movie and said the movie is better than the book. That's I don't even know if it's ever happened. There's something that's happened.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it has happened in certain fiction novels. The movie can be better, but for the most part, it's not usually.
There's something magical about squiggly lines on a page that can literally transport your mind into how you envision it. And when you envision something a certain way and then they change it, it's just not the same. There's just something about squiggly lines on a page, and as you read them, they melt away, and you literally forget that you're reading. It's kind of like when you watch a movie and there's subtitles. You forget that you're reading the subtitles because you're so enveloped.
Well, how about audiobooks? If you have the right narrator. All right, I know it's not the same, but it takes a lot of work to narrate different voices, involved in the narrative, in the book. That's work, man. You're gonna have to you have to read the whole book, create character voices as you read the book.
The best narrated book that I've ever heard was Harry Potter, and it was done by two people. Stephen Fry, however you say his name over in England. He did one release of the Harry Potter books, and then the other guy, from V for Vendetta, the guy who played the president on the big screen, he did another version of it, and his version was so much better than Stephen Fry's. He did every character's voice different. I mean, it was amazing.
I'm gonna definitely have to check that one out. Oh shit! Hey, I'm sorry for destroying Ladies' Night. You guys continue. I'm gonna go back and listen to V for Vendetta.
No, it's good. I'm glad you chimed in. We need.
I love audiobooks, man. So anyway, you guys are. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to V for Vendetta. Yeah, it sounds pretty cool. I mean, it just seems. I know it's a slow night for Ladies' Night. Is this? I mean, am I interrupting the ladies? I don't want to interrupt because
I don't think you're interrupting. It's good to have.
Okay, cool.
The worst thing is when I was here wasn't able to make last week, but the week before we were struggling with dead air, and dead air becomes uncomfortable, and it's I'd much rather.
And also, I'm uncomfortable with interrupting the ladies, But if the ladies are fans of fiction, we can talk about that. But because it also relates back to the entire subject of flat Earth, because most of the modern fiction that I've been listening to, that I'm familiar with, has everything to do with what we are experiencing, what's going on with us. It's like, hey, this is look, this is popular. I just want to watch TV, boom, and I go to my job. No, when you blindly sit in front of the television and you absorb this. Now, a lot of people, whether you're inside of whatever we do, I wouldn't say the negative knowledge. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. It's like the procreative knowledge. It's like, hey, this is our like functional freedom so that we can be doctors and lawyers and such. But the other people that didn't finish college, this is my portion of the, stability as per such. Anyway, so then we look into the realm of what we perceive as the media presented to us. Now, we're all doing our jobs correctly, in proper form. But when it comes to the inexact form, it starts to roll around for us, right? So then we start to perceive it in a different direction. Now, when we get home from our proper foreign concepts of jobs, then we watch television, right? Boom. This is where the influence comes in, right? I mean, it actually happens in your education and everything and your job. But your job is your function. That's not where the influence necessarily comes in. But as far as your social focus is what you see when you're in your downtime, right? This is when you receive your media. This is when you receive the media dump of knowledge, whether you're watching news, whether or not you're watching television. I mean, all of the media dump comes in your downtime. You guys understand what I'm saying?
Not really.
Okay, well, you should, because when you're working, you're functional. When you're watching media, you're receiving.
No, I get what you're saying. What I think that I don't understand is so what I've come to understand is that watching TV, even if it's like recent TV, especially recent TV shows, but I can even see it in older ones. I usually only watch old stuff, like I'll watch King of the Hill or like something that doesn't have everything of today just seething through it, right? All the propaganda, like it's just so.
Well, that's the difference between me and you. I watch a lot of the new shows. So, anyway.
So I don't watch. I only listen. The only new stuff that I'll actually watch is, people who are speaking on politics, stuff like that. I like, censor TV and things like that. But when it comes to TV, the only things that I'll watch are things that are like fantasy, things that don't have anything to do with.
There's no difference between the two. They're all fantasy.
Well, but there's a difference because one is propaganda and the other, it actually is an escape, right? It's an escape that you don't have to think about what's going on in the world today versus them purposefully pounding you with what you were supposed to think in the world. And there's a difference between that. So, if you're talking about that, I totally get it.
Yeah, I mean, we went over that, like 6 hours ago? Yeah, we were talking about some of this.
Can I put something as a proof?
Wait, hold on. Damsel wanted to say something. Damsel, go ahead.
Damsel.
I was just going to say, I think we've got somebody that's VC verified Raider.
Excellent.
And there was one other.
Please shut me up. All the ladies, shut me up.
Yeah, can I please put something as a proof? Can you all watch the maps as Poland maps? Poland.
Who am I speaking to?
A Raider.
You are Raider. Hi there.
Yeah.
You just got verified. So, what's your position on the shape of this Earth?
I was at the middle of the north of the Poland, and I'm pretty sure I saw the shore of the other line, which is Switzerland or Finland.
So what's your opinion on the shape, though? What's your position right now?
Yeah, I'm the flat earther full time.
Okay. All right. So what's your biggest proof? And you're saying you want to provide a proof?
Yeah, the proof is the shoreline of Scotland was in the straight line. We could see it with my father, which isn't with us. But I'm pretty sure I saw the Scotland.
From a photo that you took?
Not the photo. I didn't have a photograph at the moment.
Oh, okay.
What are you trying to say is your proof? A map?
The proof north of the Poland, middle of the north of the Poland. I saw the shore of the Scotland at the other end of the Baltic Sea.
You saw the shore of Scotland from the Baltic Sea, and you're claiming that's a globe Earth proof?
No, a flat
Yeah.
Earth.
Oh, flat Earth.
Flat Earther.
Flat Earth.
I was going to say, that didn't make any sense. Gotcha. That totally makes sense.
I mean, I saw Gotland and many more shores out of it.
So do you know the distance it would be from where your position was?
Well, I didn't know the numbers. That's why I'm here.
Ask. Maddie found the server.
Yeah, how did you find the server? Since Hilo would like to know that. How'd you find us?
On YouTube.
And welcome, by the way.
I found you on YouTube. I didn't found anything interesting on YouTube, but you?
Yeah, that's how I found this Discord server as well. So what made you come to Flat Earth? I mean, what was your biggest thing that made you decide that it probably wasn't a globe? How did you come to this understanding?
The biggest proof is the long distance photography of the land. Man, there's some really far pictures of 300 kilometers, and there's nothing there. No curvature.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Chelsea.
Is it still ladies' night?
I'm not sure.
Nope, it is.
Oh, good.
Welcome.
Thank you.
This is
Who's
my
on
first
here?
ladies' night.
Chelsea?
Yeah. And Gilbert. This
And
is
who's-
our first ladies' night.
Oh, and Gilbert. Okay, I was wondering who else was talking. Well, welcome, ladies. Glad you made it.
Thank you.
Well, at the north of the pond, I wasn't one time. I was many times before. We didn't see the shore of Scotland always, but we did
Just
so
had a
it.
good day one day. Had a really
Yeah,
good
yeah.
clear day.
Yeah, clear day, and we saw it. It would be a big advantage to just take a P900 or P1000. Take a picture of it.
Yeah, that would be cool, especially if you had the GPS coordinates where you were standing and what you were seeing could be confirmed.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
I could say it to Krynamorska, which is Krynamorska.
So what are you other ladies up to tonight?
I'm just chilling, listening in.
Me too. Just got some boba.
You guys aren't aggressive enough. Come on. I think what he said flat as fuck in Polish. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here.
Well, we can see across the sea.
What's your complaint, Helio?
No,
yeah, what are you talking about? Poland.
I'm just playing. He said he's Polish, but you guys are just like, do you speak Polish? Who's here? You guys are being gentle. Just throw it out there, man. Just go with it.
Go with what?
Everything. I love you. I love you guys.
I love you too. Honestly, I'm trying to
love you too, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's a Polish guy in here, and he said something that made no sense, and you guys were all just like,
quite honest. I'm having a hard time understanding his accent.
Hey, Polish guy, make speaking. Habla inglés.
The only thing that I understood was that he could see Scotland and the Baltic Sea or something like that. That was really all I could really make out.
Well, I got the same thing, that he was at somewhere where he was on the Baltic and he could see Scotland visually, but didn't get a photograph of it because he didn't have the equipment to do so. But that he'd like to do that when there's another day that you can go and have clear vision.
Yeah.
Is that right, Raider?
Yeah. I could see that.
Now, are you Polish? Are you Polish?
Yes.
Okay, you're Polish. So where do you live?
In Elbląg.
And that was the way you were trying to spell.
Which is ALBLAG. Which isn't far.
So do you go to isn't far from the Baltic?
It isn't far. It's close, very close.
Okay.
I was there at the sea many times before, and I did see the other shoreline, which isn't.
I'm very good at geography, but I'm wondering, how do you see Scotland from the Baltic Sea? Because I'm looking at maps right now. I don't see how that could happen.
Well, it wasn't big. It wasn't big. It was very small, very tiny line of the shore.
Yeah, but still doesn't make sense. I mean, I would like you to show me a map of where you were to how you saw Scotland, because I'm not seeing how those two intersect on these maps. And I'm not good with geography, but from where I can see on these maps, I'm just.
Where I was Krynamorska.
I knew he spelled something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be great if you could just, even if you drew something, like took a picture, something, because I'm not, now that I've looked at a map, I am understanding what Helio is saying. It doesn't make sense.
The north of the Krynamorska, north.
Okay, that's great. Still, again, like, you would need to show me a map of how you were able to see Scotland from the Baltic Sea. Otherwise, I mean, I can't entertain the idea.
Maybe if he was on the edge out here over in Norway or Sweden.
Baltic Sea is only what's in the middle.
But not in Poland. So were you outside of Poland?
Baltic Sea is only what
I'm still trying to figure out how you would see it.
Lithuania, Finland, Sweden. This whole small little gap that's in the middle, that's the Baltic Sea. Once you get out, then it changes to different seas. So he was over here in Poland, we see Scotland. So I need more info. And how high were you? And all that kind of stuff.
Where were you exactly? How high?
Where I can post the picture. I have the picture.
We have another VC verified that I haven't heard anything from. Anybody knows? Sam?
Yeah, I sent him a DM. Sam? He said something miraculously happened to his cord, so he can't talk.
Oh, of course. Okay. So did you read the thing that somebody posted about, I don't see it, there it is, at 3:03, so 3 minutes after the hour. You see that whole post about how Flat Earth seems to be way too quiet, not putting out information, that we're having too much dead air even. Did you see that post? Read that comment to Globe Earth Discussion Group, Faulkner?
I want to post, but I can't.
You can't post in live. You can send it as a DM to one of us, and then we can post. And Damsel, are you talking about the long post, Danny Faulkner?
Yeah.
I didn't read it. Can you give a rundown? Did you read it?
Yeah, I read it. It just says that he's claiming there's a downturn in new flat Earth material. He said something about he's commented on it before. And most new videos seem to be very short, only a few minutes long, no new material. And he said he's been monitoring our channel here 24/7 from time to time. That all he hears in the recent weeks is dead air or us replaying programs or music. Probably the newest thing to hit it this summer, and then it's gone away because his tour is pretty much over right now. Stopped listening to Nathan Oakley because it got to be repetitive and let's see what else. Said something about Globebusters only being the only one that seems to be kind of posting new information, but everybody moved over to Rockfin and about money. It all be being about money, even though Rockfin is free for the ones for a lot of the stuff that they post. Just the membership is closed stuff.
I have to jump in. Damsel Medic, why are you reading off that stuff? I thought
not reading. I'm just listening because we had talked about how quiet it has been lately, and so somebody's obviously talking about it as well on the Globe.
They love to hate
about us
and
and monitoring us.
Who cares?
Oh, I know. I'm not worried. I'm just saying. I think it's funny. I just think it's funny because that's what they're saying, that we were talking about how quiet it has been. It's been hard to get Globers in here to talk to us. I wonder what it is.
There's certain Globers we don't want in here, so that's why they're not allowed.
Well, sure.
That's the issue, though, is that it isn't a matter of Flat Earth somehow being dead. It's a matter of Globers running out of arguments when they know our arguments are logical and sound, and they don't know how to defend it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, and that's why he never mentions any of that. That's what I was going. That's why I'm reading this to you, because I'm saying that it's just interesting that they posted. We got lot of dead air is because nobody's coming in and debating any of the information. He didn't say anything about information or the currents. He just said there was no new material, which is kind of funny because I still consider the sextant stuff real new. And there's been lots of videos just this year over on that, on the sextant thing. So that's a brand new thing. So it's just kind of funny that they would write that.
Well,
but
the other thing is,
I would like to see it let air as well. Just like you said, it makes it uncomfortable.
The most people coming in here are new flat earthers. That's why it seems dead to him, is because people that are coming in are people that are flat earthers, and so it's a quick and easy conversation, right? And then it's just us going over different stuff and new things that we've discovered and whatever. It isn't the constant arguing with new globies because they don't have any arguments, and they realize they don't have any arguments. So the new people that we're getting in aren't these big dramatic, war conversations. It's just a hi and a welcome and cool that you discovered what the truth is.
Yeah, I think that's what he's stating. He misses all that feisty, nasty stuff that can go on sometimes, but at the same time, it's because we've got the information now. It's so tight. It's really hard to argue against us that way. So they don't want to do it. But that's why I read it, is because we could have this discussion, because we do have space and time available to talk about it.
I've got a really big brain idea.
That's the one thing. He didn't mention any new information. I still say the sextant is like the newest thing, but he didn't mention that.
Oh, wait, so I've got like an idea. Since obviously people aren't really joining the server to give like, I don't know what these people want. You guys could do like outreach and go to different servers and try to convince people. I mean, it's what I do.
We don't do anything to convince. Yeah, we don't try to convince anybody, but there are people that go and debate on other channels.
People are being manipulated. Then wouldn't it be good to like?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's good to present it, but we don't have to convince anybody. They can convince themselves.
Exactly. I mean,
research it themselves, and then they'll know.
People find it in their own time, and no matter what, the truth will prevail. Wish he was here right now, but yeah, the truth will prevail, and no matter what, it doesn't take convincing. It just takes time. And so people who are newly acquainted with this idea, they might scoff it off, they might make fun of it, they might be like totally even repulsed by it. But as time goes by and these little seeds are planted in their heads, questions will arise. People who are meant to understand the truth will. And the rest will, keep bowing to their overlords. It's just the way the world works. Time infinitum. I see we have new people in here with no roles, but they're muted. Does that mean that they're brand new or that somebody has already muted them? There's Get Souls and Greyhounds. Anyone? Does that mean that they are muted because they did something wrong, or they're muted because they just don't have any roles?
I know Greyhounds, they tried to talk to him earlier and it was just no response. But as far as Get Souls, I have no idea.
Their names
looks like Greyhound just jumped.
Yeah.
Well, no, they came back. They're here. Yeah, both of them are muted right now.
Greyhounds, are you there? Oh, Jenny, hi, how are you? We have another lady.
I'm good, thanks.
Good. It's good to see you. Hear you.
Hi, Jenny. How'd your date go?
Oh, not good. I mean, it wasn't horrendous or anything, but it was not good. So, I found out that he was a military brat, and I think he said that his dad was in the Air Force, and I'm thinking in my head, oh my God, this mission is over with. So I just didn't want to seem like, the first time meeting him, I'm on the attack, I just knew it. And then later on, and so my initial thoughts were kind of right, because later on, somehow it got to evolution, and I'm not an expert on the topic, but he clearly didn't know what had any inkling, and then was just talking kind of out of his ass to make it sound good for what he wants to believe, the something out of nothing kind of stuff. And I'm like, no. I mean, if somebody believes in the Big Bang, I can't help you. You got to figure that out when you're ready to figure it out. So, yeah, I guess he'd be under the classification of diet woke, which is good. I mean, it's better than being completely asleep, I guess. Everybody figures things out in their own time. But yeah, didn't end up with no happy ending. Any way you look at it, there was no happy ending.
That's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I am seeking friendship with no benefits, potential for long term. You don't get benefits right off the bat. Sorry, man.
Good girl. Smart. And it definitely sounds like you dodged a bullet.
Well, oh man. Well, see, okay, it's kind of strange. I'll get personal a little bit, tiny bit here. So we had agreed to meet like 4 days prior. Well, so like in the interim, he is sending me text messages, and that's fine and everything. But I thought I made it clear I didn't want to do the quote unquote internet dating thing, which means texting. I want to meet somebody in real life and see with my own eyes, not what you want me to know. So yeah, then after there wasn't any, I don't know, maybe I'm being unfair here, but it seems like to me that because there was no benefits, he didn't want to text me afterwards. So it's like, ooh, awkward. So yeah, he seemed pretty enthusiastic and then kind of fizzled out pretty quickly. But that's okay, because I have fun wherever I am, and so there's that.
That's my girl. And it just wasn't meant, right? Like, if it's not
No,
meant.
it was not. His goals, I think, are completely different than mine.
Yeah, it could always be worse, too. So, thank heavens
Oh,
it
man,
wasn't.
I could tell another story, but it's not for live stream. I mean, I guess I could say it. I guess I can keep it rated.
It's better to know early, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess I could keep it rated G, and this isn't there's way worse stories to be had here, right? Okay, so it was like the day after we had been on the date. He sends me, he knew I had to work, and I knew he had the day off, right? So he sends me this photo. I'm at work, and it's him. He said, I don't want to get out of bed. I think that's what the quote was. Maybe it was a double and innuendo. But I kind of was looking at it, and I'm like, gee, that's kind of weird. I mean, he's covered with a blanket, but there's like something else. It's like, okay, man, you're 49 years old, and that's how you're acting like you're 16, showing me, granted, it wasn't like your normal, okay, I'm just going to say it, dick pic, but it was like in disguise, covered with a blanket. It's like, wow. Okay, and then he tries apologizing for it and making up and trying to make light of it. I said, well, I'm, that's great. All your parts are in working order. I'm so happy for you. It's like, geez, man. I guess I don't know. I guess I would want to talk to somebody who's like a new old person, if that makes sense. and see what it's like to date older women after, I mean, I just think coming up against a different level of maturity would change the game a little bit. But anyway, I don't want to take up the whole thing on that. So you guys know how I love to go off topic. But yeah, it didn't work out on the flat smacking. I mean, towards the end of the night, after I'd had a few beers, I didn't go crazy or anything. I forgot what I said, but I just remember saying, and I'm just going to tell you, I'm a flat earther. So maybe I scared him away. Who knows? I don't care.
Flat smacked him good.
Yeah. But, that's just my thing. When I attempt to approach people or see an opportunity, like if you say you believe we went to the moon, that's not a flat earth conversation. That's called we didn't go to the moon conversation. You know what I'm saying?
True.
So you have to shift gears. I guess it depends on the person. But yeah, it was
We didn't go to the moon, but evolution's real.
But yeah, I think that's I like it's been a while since I've had up on fresh on information about the moon. There's so many different points to bring up. I mean, for God's sakes, people have been talking about how we didn't go to the moon ever since we supposedly went. That was 5 decades ago.
It's honestly ridiculous. Like, there's nothing to back it up.
Mm-hmm. So, have we had any Glober discussions since Ladies' Night started?
I've been trying to reel them in, every single one. They're here to listen. I talked to Oh Boy and Mulder and Sam. Sam actually showed me his broken cord, so he wasn't lying about that. But Mulder and Oh Boy are the only other two. And I also wanted to say I've been DMing with Raider, and he wasn't saying Scotland. What he could actually see, he was saying Sweetlands, but it's Sweden. So he can see Sweden from where he is, and so that makes way more sense than what we were trying to interpret.
Oh, okay.
Other than that, I don't think I see any new people in here. There's Andy level up, but it looks on the fence, maybe? I don't know. He has a bunch of rolls, but... And then we have other people on mute. Get Soul. I think they said somebody tried to talk to him earlier and it didn't go well. So we can always open him up if ladies want to have at him. What do you guys think?
Why are you doing that? Why are you being up a man, bro?
Choke him out. Get him.
God dang. But hello, people. This is that boy.
I'm good with it if we want to try, if they are willing to respond.
I am too.
So, like, can the topics only be surrounded like the flat Earth? Because I heard Jenny saying that. I heard Jenny saying that like having a conversation about like the moon landing being real, for example, is a moon landing conversation, right? A conspiracy, sure.
Talk about the moon.
But you know what's something else?
I just wrote to you. You said you didn't want to talk. Now you're in here chatting it up, telling us how we should run ladies' night.
No, I'm
actually. Oh, not good, not good, man. Not good.
You're like, nah, I don't want to talk. I'm just here to listen. Now you're like, we should do this. So if you want to talk, welcome that boy. How are you tonight?
Oh,
you doing
welcome.
Good?
I'm all right, I guess. I'm fine.
Good. Don't take offense to that. I'm just saying, like, if you want to talk, like, You don't bite. It's cool that you spoke up. So let's have at it.
I changed my mind. People do that sometimes. But battle mods. Sorry to interrupt. The only reason I actually started talking is I realized you were like the battle mods. Change your profile picture finally.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. You what about my profile picture?
I didn't know who you were. I just realized you were
gotcha.
battle mod.
Yeah, no. I'm Shines. Shines is my name, but I'm battle modest on here.
She's battle modest on here, but she's not a battle mod.
Whoa.
There is a battle mod.
Are you like the? Let me think. I think I know who you are. The biblical flat earther lady.
Am I the flat earther lady? There's a lot of us.
Well,
no,
I would say
no, biblical. Like you're the specific.
Oh no, I'm not biblical. No.
Shoot,
No.
you're the wrong person. Yeah. Oh, that's Blaze. Oh, I was wondering why. You sound so much like her.
Yeah, she's awesome. That's not me. I'm Shines.
Unfortunate.
Oh, that's unfortunate that I'm not her.
Yeah, I wanted to look every time me and Blaze talk, we always talk about Christianity and stuff. So I wanted to go do that again, but I guess
well, then you should hunt her out and send her a DM and talk to her. Tonight is ladies' night, and there's a bunch of ladies on here that are not Blaze. So
she doesn't want to talk to me anymore. She doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
Why?
Then leave her. Tired of me. I that's why I don't bother. Like she doesn't want to talk to me, so I'm not gonna bother her unless she's in here. Open the doors to all the conversation, I'd say. But I'm not really looking for a conversation for flat earth tonight. I want to talk about Christianity. I guess not.
I mean, we're here to talk flat Earth on Ladies' Night. So, do you have something to say about that?
Not really.
Yeah, what's your position?
I'm Globy.
You don't have a position?
No, I'm a Globy.
You're Globy, but why?
Well, again.
So why?
Wait, but like I said, I don't really want to get into it tonight, right? I only was in here for that Christianity talk, so I'm going to scram. Thanks for hosting me for 5 seconds. Much appreciated.
What was all that?
I mean, that was absolutely ridiculous.
Flat Earth actually makes a creator the most real thing you can possibly believe in, actually. So, kind of funny that you don't want to talk flat Earth and call yourself a Christian or not. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
You want to just talk to a Christian flat earther?
There's like well over 200 verses in the Bible that indicate a flat Earth. I mean,
yeah.
So all you gotta do is really.
Why are you willing to talk?
Yeah, he left as soon as he started.
Who is that? What about Rob Skiba?
He told us everything.
No, he covered it pretty well from the biblical point of view, yeah.
Yeah. Everything what you need.
I just sent a message to Greyhounds too to see if he wants to be taken off.
I find it strange that somebody who wants to talk biblical cosmology doesn't want to talk to us about the flat Earth.
Well, yeah, he wants to come in and make fun of people like he did, and I'm sure Blaze doesn't want to talk to him anymore because he seems like an immature jerk, just as he appeared to us. And so, as soon as he knew that she wasn't in here and he couldn't do something, and as soon as we wanted to actually talk to him about points about a subject, what do? They either dig their heels in or they run. That's it. Those are the two options.
Well, maybe we should ask him to make his best attempt to try and convince us that it is in fact a ball. We can start there. I mean,
he left.
What?
Yeah, he left as soon as we challenged him a little bit.
Pathetic.
He was pretty afraid. Defend your globe and your Bible belief at the same time if you can.
Man, somebody should come up with a parody song for that old, I think it was like the mid 90s. I don't even know who sang it. It was like, you dip, we dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. We should like make something up with
You
like
can
the
put your
Glovers.
hip on my hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
That's so weird that I literally was just thinking of that song yesterday. I hadn't thought about it in like decades. And yesterday, me and my husband were laughing and talking about that song, and now you brought it up. That's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. So maybe somebody can come up with some lyrics like, you know, oh, I bring this up, then you dip. I don't know, man. This is crazy.
That's amazing. I love it.
The horizon has no dip. When I say it, then you dip.
Something, man. Go on it, man. That would be great. One hit wonder. I'm pretty sure. Who sang that, you guys?
I cannot remember their name, but it's still blowing my mind that I song. Jess was singing it with us.
Oh, okay. So my original. Oh, sorry. Sorry, dear.
No,
Can you please repeat that?
No, I was just saying I don't remember his name, and I still funny that I was just singing that song yesterday, and now you're singing it today. Amazing when that kind of stuff happens.
Filter proper dip.
I was I had to switch gears tonight. I'm pretty sad about it. I was planning on going to this bar. I wasn't going to drink. I was just going to, partake. And anyway, I was going to go there to sing a particular song. And we've got like some tornado warning. And the place that I'm going, or that I was going to go to, they got hit by a tornado like a month ago. I'm like, I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. So I have to postpone it. But yeah, I don't know why I'm bringing this up yet again, taking us off ladder. Sorry, buddy. But I'm kind of excited that the song that I came across, it's Casey Jones by the Grateful Dead. It's in like a bug in my ear. I can't get it out. But yeah, it's just such a peppy song and super easy to dance to. So I don't want to risk my life to go sing it at karaoke. But anyway, what did somebody say like 2 minutes ago before I opened up my trap and slid us off into off topic again? Shines, weren't you saying something? I think I went off with something you said.
Oh, I wasn't saying anything. I was just trying to reel guys in here, girls or gals, to talk to.
Well, we'll just have to talk to each other then, I guess.
Get the milk.
That's what it comes.
When you see Effie get hit, it won't drop her till or dip.
Yay! Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
so I'm totally addicted to Creation Bear's new song, the 10 Commandments one.
I love that song.
Oh man, that is. Oh man, I could listen to it all day, every day, just about.
It totally reminds me of the '90s. I love it.
I know. It's so good. Well, actually, I was kind of thinking what it made me think of was like a little bit of Digital Underground, kind of in the background, a little bit. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It has like digital. It has Biggie. Like, there's a little bit of like even some Wu-Tang in there. What is the other group that I love so much? Oh my gosh, I'm totally brain farting because I know a lot of them. It's Oscar, the Grouch, and all of that. Oh my gosh, what is that name of their group? It's like a ton of guys. It's the Grouch.
Oh.
If life gives you lemon, paint that shit gold. Eli, all of them. What was their name? Okay, I gotta Google it. I'll be right back.
I think you're like, I think she's like 10 years younger than me, so that wasn't like my era. Mine was the original. You know, like Luke Skywalker before he went with, what was the name of that group? Two Live Crew. So, and then, you know, the Easy E.
Yeah.
Easy E was solo before he went with NWA, and I used to listen to his ass too. And then, so I like all music though. Depends on what kind of mood I'm in. You know, sometimes I like some dark classical, or, you know, if I'm just depends on what I'm doing, I guess. I love jazz. Actually, I love jazz music.
Yeah, it's the Living Legends. You got it right, Toby Dog. You got it. It's the Living Legends. Thank you.
Ah, the Dip song.
No, what Creation Bear song reminds me of, like all those musicians. And I mean, Living Legends are still going strong. They were going strong for a long time. They all, you know, sprout off and do things. But yeah, Living Legends are amazing.
Do you girls want to listen to that song?
For sure. Let's play it.
All right. I have it in my clip track. Let's see. Yes, I do. All right, here we go. We got some Creation Bear. All y'all better be shaking your body in some way. Listen to this song. We'll all be like on the same page, but in different places. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This glory can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. My real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My nightclub PE shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise, you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. Your science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to throw it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. at Vienna House. Tell them bounce.
Hell yeah. I just will say that I don't have a home stereo system, and I don't even have a desktop. I just have my phone. But when I connect my phone to my stereo, oh boy, it sounds glorious. Mm-mm. Do you other girls know how to play use the music player?
Oh, he just taught me today. They gave us the bot, me and Damsel, and I think it's !M play,
yes.
and then space, and then the link. But then I forgot to ask: is M or play? Is any of that capitalized, or is it all lowercase, or does it matter?
All lowercase, I believe.
Thank you.
But what about that? His name, Flat Nasty. Napalm said
Latter Day Saints, who you're talking about, yeah.
Oh, okay. I misread what he said a little bit ago. The Dip song is by the group Freak Nasty. Oh my God, I totally read that wrong. Durr. But yeah, that Flat Nasty, I don't know, he's good. Now, in comparison to Creation Bear, they're totally different, for sure.
Yeah, his style is completely different, but he's making a bunch of songs that are pretty spoofy and good, though, too.
You know what? He actually DM'd me a few, and I haven't listened to him yet. Forgive me if he's listening, but
yeah, I've gotten a few from him as well. I haven't listened to either.
But I like, yeah. Did you find it? Because I think I can find it.
I think it's buried in mine. Find it.
Oh.
Battles is quicker.
Okay, I got a playlist. I just found it. It's on the top. All right, Latter Day Saints. Hey, so can you guys think of I was just thinking to myself, actually. White boy rappers. Okay, so I'm playing Latter Day Saints. What about, does somebody have a favorite that, doesn't Whitsitt have a few songs?
Yeah, he has some great ones, I think.
I thought so. It's been a while, so.
A while for me, too.
Oh, you guys can think of one. Here we go.
Cool.
Here we go. Flat Nasty.
COVID-911. Definitely COVID. Definitely. 911. September 19. 322,911 million cases. Definitely COVID. Divide and conquer through video conference. I got COVID-19 while I was out flat smacking. I think I picked it up from a napkin. Walking around barefoot just like a madman. I'm just trying to stay grounded. Goddamn, man. I went from going in stores and people asking, "Excuse me, sir, would you like a mask on?" To all out, balls out, harassing. Put the mask on or get your ass on. Man, I'm just trying to buy Jackie some tampons. No, I'm not even allowed back in Vaughn's, or should I call it Werner Braun. These soup Nazis take it to a whole new level, which means curb, yo, speak of the devil. I got COVID-19 while I was eating some Jell-O. Speaking of Jell-O, shots out to Bill. Yo, speaking of shots, I ain't got mine still, cause it was never mine to begin with, so why would I get it? Cause all your friends did. If all your friends went and jumped off a cliff, yo, I go with them like 100%. That's why I like 100% of the time. I like sipping my Corona with lime on 9/11 like 19 times. So for all you skeptics that say it's a lie, I got COVID-19 and I almost died. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. I'm the illest effie rapper to ever hold the mic. I had AIDS once and got COVID twice. I blessed the rains and got Ebola thrice. I'm so precise and yet so indecisive. I'm like a little kid with a light switch, hitting those switches like all night long. I'm off more often than I am on. Yo, how you like your coffee? Yo, I like it strong, like the presence of Cody Kaufman's mom. Or the lack thereof. Watching his funeral, I had to laugh it up, just like I do with that Luna Lander stuff. I'm so outlandish, man, I'm cracking up. Like underground almonds, I'm fracking nuts. But I'll never chop it up as a loss. Like getting caught stealing pants at Ross. Like the Patriots last season with Randy Moss. Like that 300-mile line that can't be crossed. So the next time they tell you, just go to the edge, tell them get on the knees and give you a blow to the head. Now leave me alone, I got COVID, I'm dead. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty. My aim was not to bring shame to this flat earth game, but I just made the curve level. My new name is Flat Nasty. My brain was never this insane until my cranium came from Lithuania. My new name is Flat Nasty.
Flat Earth Saints, you are a worthless human being. You have no value. All of your talk is just a bell, clanging bell with no value.
Ouch. Okay, we got a request from Shine.
Hold on, really quick. Was that McToon? Because that was hilarious.
I was trying to think of that name the other day, yesterday, McToon.
Oh my God, that was a perfect ending. That was so funny.
Oh my God.
Yes, actually, McToon did say that about him after he had a debate with him, which he just played stupid with him. It was pretty funny. It was definitely a joke.
I love it. That was great.
All right. So we got the infamous Delano Edwards. I'm pretty sure I know which song this is, but you girls want to hear it or you want to
I love it. I mean, there's a lot of customers. I don't know how this show feels about it, but I like it. Yeah, well, and it is too short, but it leaves you wanting more, right?
Yeah,
it's like
I don't mind. I don't find the offense from the cussing. I think it's awesome. All right, everyone, here we go.
Delano wanna beat the tomato with.
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. But scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Suck my.
I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA let some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Hit the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth win, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means liar and deceiver. I'm trying to set up truth to you brainwash people. Do you feel like the movie? When you see a fucking curve, but when you touch fire, don't that shit burn cause you feel it. All you globalists some bitches, we just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get land niggas, we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck their penis. The sun not 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here. I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a motherfucking dome, bitch.
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the brick. But scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists, bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. But scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists, bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. But scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists, bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks. But scientists say we got here from the Big Bang. Scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists, bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gonna fall just like dropping the bricks.
Shit's getting real out here in these flat earth streets.
West Side. Yeah, that one's. I love that one. It is really gangster, and I love the way it's like the hit 'em up style with the song in the background.
No doubt.
Good job.
I concur. I'm trying to find my favorite Lulu song. I think I'm getting closer here. Oh, I found it. Yay. Is there a request? I'm going to play a song by Lulu. Anyone else have one they want to hear? Or something that you want to talk about?
I would love to hear a song from Lulu unless somebody has something they want.
All right, well, y'all think about it. Let's hear some Lulu and Drace.
Oh, so city, que rico, papi.
I said, oh, so city got light skinny chocolate. So the game when I walk into my block list. Got my ex tryna put me on a block list. It's always somebody ex tryna pop. Pull up the John! Pull up the John! Oh, I said, oh, so city got light skinny chocolate. So the game when I walk into my block list. Got my ex tryna put me on a block list. It's always somebody ex tryna pop. Do a flat then. She got shots. Now they cheer for her. She got mascots. Now she hit the club, baby, throw that out. Swear that, I'ma pass out. You can talk to me, I'ma talk, babe. I got sauce, babe. Ain't no salt, babe. I just walked in, check the walk, man. Jeans ball, man. Bitch, I'm ball lane. If I call a shawty, I ain't got an answer. She a Scorpio, fuck me like a cancer. I ain't got the answer. Good and I had to dab a man's up. Shorty said she rock bars, so I'm rockin' for what? Couple million on the gram, pop for what? Drop it, play me like a bird, down in the duck. All in my section, they but drinking bottles for what? I'm a rich trick, I'm a quick fast hitter, quick fast, gotta stick to that. Hit your, better talk to me nice when you hit that, yeah. Her mama working with some, yeah. Her mama like to keep it nasty. Strip club, throw a lot of racket. Shorty get freaky and nasty. Shorty get freaky and nasty.
Okay, sorry everybody. I don't know what happened.
The party started.
That was not the song.
Yeah, I don't think that was Drace and Lulu.
No, that was called. Apparently, that was called a hip hop mix. Best of 2020. I don't know.
Yeah, that's sorry,
Jenny.
everyone.
Jenny, you played. She wanted to play "Feeling Good" rap mix by Lulu Ka by Drace. Something.
What happened?
Hang on, let me click on it.
Dude, that's a mess.
I don't know how that happened.
It was fucking hilarious.
It's probably just a glitch.
I Yes.
I don't want to try to figure it out. So anyway, because when I clicked it, it did go to this, so I'll play it.
Drace and Lulu.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Here, hold on. Let me get it.
That was it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Drace and Lulu, Call Up 2020, Flat Earth Disco.
Birds flying high, you know what I see. Sun in the sky, you know what I see. Planes drifting on by, you know what I see. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new earth for me. Yeah, there is no curve in this flat earth from here to Cali. Ooh, 'tis reality.
Lulu, I don't think they understand the gravity of the situation. A bit too complacent. Gravity cannot hold gas pressure vacuum adjacent. Gas requires pressure containment. A gas expands in all directions. Pressure comes from gas deflection of the walls of the internal section. We don't believe in a map projection. Don't fall for the misdirection. Just do some introspection, some recollection and reconnection, and you will notice the imperfection. The disconnection is not for your own protection. The not so natural selection. Only the creator is perfection. The truth, a sound reflection. And the globe, it failed inspection. Remember, we were like you once before defection. Hear Lulu testify before the objection. We gladly accept any valid correction.
Butterflies all having fun. You know what I see, don't you know? Feel the earth as it is gone. Is that what you see? Call your lips from shooting guns that I don't see. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me.
It's a new dawn for me where I stopped being a pawn. My eyes gazing on a swan, black as night once a time upon. There was a big bang where I flew up to the moon and sang. I saw Neil holding up the flag with one eye like a cyclone. So me and the flag gang took a ride on a shooting star. Somewhere far where Newton was playing a broken guitar. And Neil said, wake up, it's a dream. Frequencies and vibrations as I scream, streaming from my soul. All the lies and schemes seem a bit extreme, and all I can do is mean. Distrust is the theme. We bust in the team of NASA and everyone in between. And behind the scene is the Masonic Illuminati worshipping the Queen. Forgetting that they're dust. Listen, man, the truth hurts, but this is the true earth, and that's what is measured. Word. Don't get mad at that. We already did the math. Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, there is no curve in this flat from here to Cali. Ooh, this is reality.
I know it's hard to say you were wrong, but we are wrapping up this song. It does not pay to be headstrong while blind, holding your dong. It was flat all along, from here to Hong Kong. Ooh, learn your true history. Don't be blinded by sophistry. Peer into the mystery. They pacify the population to certify the indoctrination and vilify the opposition. You should occupy your own position. Do not adopt a passive submission. Preoccupy your own cognition and learn the definition. Truth or deception? No, this is your decision.
Okay, I have to say I love the way she says word. It's so cute. But I have the system ready to go for, I think everybody absolutely loves that song like I do. So we're going to keep the Flat Earth music going. I guess I can't use the bot, y'all. Can somebody help me out?
What's the deal here?
I guess I need instructions later about how to use the bot. Can you play the system for me?
Yeah, I get. Well, it looks
Maybe
like KJ's
KJ's
probably
going. Yeah. Thank you,
We
dear.
fucked it up a little bit.
If
you know how they race you in the system? Stunt your growth, bluff those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learned at school or home. Paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief. Till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, banks have gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, effie baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Yeah. Had me moving. What about you guys?
And if you want it, I'm putting it in the voice text right now, that song that just played.
Okay, so we got Flat Monkey's song and then we got Witsit song. Whatever you guys want it. Glad if you
However you want to do it. Seems like KJ's got it pretty much handled, unless...
Yay. All right, girl. Go, girl, go. Thank you so much.
Play it.
I was listening to Flat Monkey's song Traveling the other day. I like the end where he was like using his voice to do the instrument part. Bow, 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 bow. I loved it. Good stuff, man. For show. It's always fun when you have a song like that. All right, so you're talking about Flat Monkey song. I'm also a big fan of Lou's song. I forget the name. I got it saved somewhere. Maybe somebody else has it more handy. But yeah, so Lou claims he's not a singer, but he knows that song like breathing almost. So I think he did an amazing job. I think the music that's come out of this server has just been incredible. All right, here we go. Yeah.
7 Glober Army. Woo! I will debate them all. A 7 Glober Army, we are under attack. And one by one they fall. Second law of thermodynamics is back. Am I talking to myself right now, or did you all forget? Gravity can't contain gas, but I digress. And your messages hurt my eyes. Refraction is your demise. Don't wanna hear about it. All the evidence that I'm trying to tell. Everyone knows I'll tout it. I'll tell them not to buy what you're trying to sell. And I'll escape like this all day long. And I will ban you too. Flat Earth ain't what you want to hear, and yet it's still the truth. And you're spiraling from head to toe, concede to the dome. Here goes the black swan. But I bought there, the curvature's gone. Now my work here is done. And in Cardiff they try to shun. And you're screaming, and you're screaming, and you're screaming, just feeling but sore. Obfuscation and humming won't work anymore. And you're spiraling from head to toe, concede to the dome.
Give it up for Flat Monkey. All right.
That was amazing. I have to say that one. He
Hell
really
yeah.
did a fantastic job on that.
And
I dig it.
considering it's sort of, kind of, maybe a little bit close to the genre of what was just played, can we hear Lou's song, please? Anyone? I guess we turn Ladies' Night into music.
I don't have it. Perfect.
There we go. Yeah.
Ballers are despairing in disease. They are sharing the same outlook on the topic of FB. QE faded Panda Star, Miggy style this places. Hank Hill knows when they are lying. Crypto throws it in their faces. Sonny plays them like a piano, leaving them in pain. Dave Hinkle shouting out the banner, driving them insane. They are all in love with lying. They are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys their globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltars despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
Some will lie to soup, they'll neither fundy mutton asses. Some will lie to soup the guy that's preaching to the masses. Some will fall in love with truth, speaking loud and shouting. As Flat Earth destroys the globe, ballers run away a pouting. Battle Mod took the liars, throttling their asses. Roger from the Netherlands, flat smacking as time passes. Then there is the omnipresent Lord above us saying they are all in love with lying. It's a game that he ain't playing. Joby taught a baller, Crit will lovingly explain. Lunatic knows their evil plot, got rockins on the plane. They are all in love with lying, they are preaching and a shouting. As Flat Earth destroys a globe, ballers run away a pouting.
I don't mind the Baltar's lies, the ignorance it shows. We can throw them in cactus when we destroy their globe. Horizon and entropy, two things Baltar's despise. Just one moment of silence for the Glober's demise.
All right, everyone, give it up for Lou. I was for sure jamming over here. I was dancing, I will have to admit. I was getting into it. It was really super. I love that song.
I love that transition. You sound like a actual like radio host at the end of the song. All right.
Well, it's like we're all in a. It's like we're all in a bar, but we're not in the same room.
I love it. I'm digging it. I might have to pour myself a glass of wine right now. I'm in the groove now. Thank you for this.
Yeah, play some more. Woohoo!
Okay, I just feel like I need to hear a Helio song before we go any further.
Can I just say that I didn't even know that there were any Helio songs, so I'm very excited to hear this now. Yeah, I didn't even know. I had no idea. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, he does some pretty good ones.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, you're in for a treat. Okay, let me see here. I'm a Believer. I don't think he did the one for Here Comes the Sun. I don't know where he is right now, but let me see here. All right, let me give it one more shot trying to play something.
Hey, I'm here. I don't want to interrupt ladies' night, but I recommend this one if you're going to play one.
Okay, good. Go ahead and play it because I'm not doing something right. I'll figure it out later.
Oh, that's not the right link. Hold on. I'll play it.
All right, my guess is that it's going to be Baller's Tears. That's my guess.
No, I
No?
can't.
Oh.
If I play that one, they'll block the video.
Oh, yeah, I remember you saying that now that you say it once again. Yes.
But this one's pretty good.
All right.
It won't start playing. This is an issue with the bot. Like,
okay, I'm glad it's not just me.
Yeah, it adds it to the queue. What you can do is go M exclamation point clear. You that clears the clears the queue. I think it does anyway.
It didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, it didn't. That's what's fucked up. Used to work.
You got to do stop with this bot. Clear was from the Groovy.
Okay. M.
Thanks, Lou.
Got player stopped. Queue's been cleared. Okay, cool. Now I can put the M.
Okay, so the reason why I thought of Here Comes the Sun is because I know Helio is I don't know. I just remember way back.
I wouldn't do a cover like that. Here comes the sun, I say. I guess I could do something like that. But it's like there's some songs that you don't need a parody for because the lyrics already are truth.
Well, then that would make it easier on you. It would make it easier.
Well, I wouldn't have to actually do it, but we can't actually play that song on here.
Well, yeah, no, hell no.
Because, we'll get a copyright strike. But anyway, this one right here I did, and Aramiston wrote the lyrics to this one, and me and him were talking for a while. I'm not sure if he's still around, and I haven't heard from him.
No copyright concerns.
I know he was in the hospital for a long time, and he had some heart problems. So but this I haven't heard anything about him, but he wrote the lyrics to this one for me, and this is really.
It looks cool. All right.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cockus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do,
Low birth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears. So let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance. But in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Lou.
That was amazing. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
You guys.
gosh. Yes, that is worthy of applause. Yes,
That
yes.
was amazing on every level. Oh, it's still
Oh.
going. It's amazing.
Oh,
Is that the only parody you've heard me sing?
I've never heard any of your music before.
Yeah, let's go
This
to my
is
channel.
epic.
There's
I'm going
plenty.
to.
Yeah,
This
there's
is
a lot
so
of
great.
them. There's like 5, I think, that I've done.
oh yeah, you got to catch up, girl. So yeah, Helio's been around since the server started. Well, 1.0. So he'd be an OG. But
Well, that's the thing. I've been doing this music for so long. I've never heard any. I had no idea.
Well, also on my channel, there's some originals that from back in the day, like in the 90s. There's a lot of original music there too.
Okay, I have an opinion for you guys. So if someone were to correctly use the term back in the day, wouldn't you have to be at least talking about 3 decades?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good question.
I think it depends on the age. If
Well,
somebody
it
is in
doesn't
their
matter.
20s and they're talking about back in the day, they're probably talking about high school or junior high.
I think you have to be over 30 to say back in the day.
I would think so. But then when you think of the song, back in the and he was
Wait.
talking about high school and not too back in the day.
Did she cut out for anybody else?
Oh, it's my stupid microphone. Let me see. Can you hear me now?
Hopefully.
Can you hear me now?
I think so. Repeat what you said just a second ago about back in the day.
It reminds me of the rap song back in the day when I was young. I'm not a kid anymore. He was in his 20s when he was rapping that. So I'm pretty sure he was just talking about he was talking about high school.
Okay, see, I guess I'd have to compare that to OG, before them. How they referred to back in the day. I don't know. Maybe it is just referring to childhood. Maybe, I guess. I don't know.
I think it depends on what it depends on the age of the person who's saying it. because there's people in high school that talk about back in the day, and they're talking about. It all depends on the I think it just depends on the context. The context matters.
I suppose so. That's
I don't think you can say back in the day, meaning unless it was in context of today, and you're like back in the day when I used to be able to go outside and people weren't acting the way they're acting.
I don't know. I just heard people say you're not old enough to say back in the day yet.
I think you ladies are confusing back in my day and back in the day.
The day, yeah, I mean, it's like my
Nice.
day, the day. Oh, come on.
God day.
It's all
Back
about
in someday.
It's all about the context.
So I got another one.
Well, I mean, maybe it means once upon a time.
Hey, we gotta listen to Whitsit. We gotta listen to Why Would They Lie to close it up. For all Discord music. Know what I'm saying, you guys?
Let's listen to KYZ first. I've got it loaded right now. I'm just ready to go.
Go for
I love listening to her.
That's good stuff. Go ahead.
All right, let's see if it works for me.
I was jamming to her just yesterday in my vehicle.
See if it didn't play.
Well, I'll just tell you, her
Clear the
music
player.
turns heads. Hey, you guys, I saw it with my own eyes. Her music turns heads. Yes, sir.
Let's see if it works.
All right.
Here we go.
Is anybody there? Sorry that the internet made you stupid. Tired of the influencers influence. Living for the views, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. You just a catfish, wanna live lavish. Broke little joke that don't pay the taxes. Gucci bags, but you still got the tag. Shit, ass so thick, yeah, we know it's plastic. They be selling their lip kits, narcissistic. Little dipshits, materialistic. Got the rich outfits in the land of misfits. Hypocrites trying to live a life unrealistic. Yeah, oh my god, look at this, yeah. Got a blue check, now they on a power trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Got a blue check, now they on a power trip. Oh my god, look at this. We got the cool kids with the Kool-Aid. Got a sip. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid. Sorry that your Twitter feed made you stupid. Sorry that the president made you lose it. Looking like a fool, what the fuck you doing? Come back to the real world, bitch, okay. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta Gotta bitch. Oh my god, look at this, yeah. Someone made you mad, now you had another fit. Oh my god, look at this. Gotta post it, gotta bitch. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid. Sad what it's done. Sad what it's done, yeah. Made you so dumb. So stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya stupid. Sorry that the internet made ya go stupid.
But Mr. Trump, you're not a nice person. We have people that are stupid.
Yeah. I was listening to one of her other songs. Maybe it was Matrix.
Like, if somebody got mad at me, I would have Kai fight them.
Right?
Yeah, she could do it.
I'm not kidding, dude. I'm not kidding.
No, rap battle would be bad with her.
No, I'm not talking about that. Like, if I need someone to beat the shit out of somebody, I'm calling Kai.
Team Kai.
Yeah, Matrix is my...
Just the way she's yelling at people like that, dude, she'd pack a punch, I'm sure.
Actually, I think it was West Side. Maybe it was West Side that I was listening to.
I don't know. She does some pretty good stuff. I like Matrix really well too.
Yeah, it's great.
Maybe
none
it was.
None of it's anywhere near bad. It's all good. Very good stuff.
All right, one more song. Well, at the very least, the Why Would They Lie?
Do you have it up?
Me, no. I got it right here, though. I can't play nothing. I'll post it maybe in the live stream then. Hold on.
Jenny, it says you got the DJ bot control.
Yeah, you should be able to play.
Guess I'm being a bonehead. There we go.
Okay, well, we got it.
Bonehead. Bonehead. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? I have no idea. Yep.
Bonehead.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Live.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I don't know.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style.
I love that lick, broken geometry.
Out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
Where you at, Diddy?
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes. There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Swan is black.
Nice try. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you know, all on its own has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global motion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise.
Roll it.
Our lives every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real. Is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with a stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious to create talk. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try?
I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the
Who you dum-dum? That's one of my
to
favorites.
count the sheep. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth, and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke,
Right.
this son is woke. I'm setting
Healthcare is bad, yeah.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar White stats, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah, Texas. Oh,
boom.
Still one of my top 5.
Right?
Absolutely.
Man, Chemo, it's really hard to follow how fast he raps. It's like, holy cow.
Yeah, he's not slow.
Well, as a brother raised on the streets, you know, I was smelling everything he was cooking. You feel me?
I am used to, Austin talking really fast, but Chemo talks. He raps really
Love
fast.
that. I love it. It's so funny because I listen to everything, even Austin. I listen to him at 2 times the speed, like all the time when he's talking. Like I can't.
Are you
handle
serious?
I do. And everybody always tells me, they're like, "You talk too fast. You talk too fast." I'm like,
I just told him that like 2 times over the last several years.
Yeah, you listen too slow, miss.
Listen too slow. Sorry. Break up the pace with the brain. I talk really fast. I can't help it. And especially if I'm excited, then I talk really fast. And everybody's always, yeah, can you slow down? I'm like, I can't do that. And even in my music, most of my music, I rap really fast as well. Like there's just something about getting as many words in as possible in a short amount of time as possible, especially if they're witty and like, I don't know. I love that. I dig it.
All right, we have a random photo from the XO. Any guesses?
Kennedy and Jackie.
I know, but random.
Come on, Canada. Well, wait, with the song at the end.
Listen.
The song ends
Hey.
with that.
Look at him in the top hat, though. Look at that hat. Jeez.
Doesn't even look like
They
it
still
fits his
like
head.
fast rapping.
That might be a fake hat. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't know. Let's not do that. Who has a bigger skull? Sorry.
Oh wow! All right, sure.
Sorry,
Look
who
at
said
that,
they
look at
like
that
the
fucking
fast
shit.
rapping?
She has a bigger skull than him by like a third.
That's weird, man.
Huge skull.
So who likes the fast rapping? I heard the voice, but I didn't know who it was.
It's me. It shines.
I'm gonna post something for you in just a few seconds. It's like
Thank you.
the fastest raps I've ever heard.
Oh,
Twista? He was a fast rapper.
I never would have guessed that source would have came from Hank. I'm just saying. Although I would have no idea what his taste in music is. I'll state that for the record, but. Yeah, the kind of the rap I like is almost like in comparison now, it's kind of like Sesame Street. I can't help it. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, actually.
This is crazy. I was trying to spell sarcasm in the YouTube chat. It popped up. This was an autocomplete. It spelled a word that doesn't exist.
Tekanina. Yeah, he's good.
Really?
Yes, it was like sarcasm or sarcasm. I was trying to spell sarcasm.
Yeah, Hank, that's the one that I've heard too.
Okay, are all the guys declaring ladies' night over with? I'm just saying.
Sorry, no.
I was just trying to share. Well, let me ask you this: is ladies' night over when we stop playing songs? Now is this?
I don't know. I was just touching base. You guys can continue.
No, well, we shouldn't. This way. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't want to give up our time because you never know who can pop in.
We're not giving up our time. We're holding strong.
Yay!
But
Just hold it down, ladies. Hold it down.
Okay, it seemed like okay. Wait. I got a story. Okay, for a moment there, it's like we were in the swamp of sadness from the Never-Ending Story. You know, like ladies' night was like kind of sinking away, and I'm like, wait. Better because yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think ladies' night, like towards the end of the year, it gets a little. There's less people that join, but
yeah,
you know, toward
people are busy.
Quote, holiday season, there's a lot more people that have other stuff going on, so they don't join as often. But anyway, continue, ladies. Yeah, none of us.
There is somebody. There is somebody in here, Steel City.
All I'm hearing is excuses, really.
Excuse.
City.
Yeah.
Because you're not here to learn. That sucks.
A not here to learn person? Who?
Yeah. Steel City.
Why are you here?
State your purpose.
Shines, that's awesome.
Which one?
You have to try. You have to care.
He said it's like
He's so pathetic in that scene too. Gosh,
oh,
he's
it's so
pathetic. Yeah, and the horse lives. Like it doesn't drown.
Horse lives. That's all that matters.
No, but listen. In real life, someone had to explain that to me when I was growing up watching this. I lost my shit, you guys. I had to leave the room, go into my room, and cry my eyes out because I thought the fucking horse drowned right there in front of me, and I didn't believe my mom when she came in trying to save me from myself. She said, "Honey, it's not real. It's not real." And I was like, "I died right there. They just let him die."
Did you watch Old Yeller? Did you watch Old Yeller too? I mean, it's just like
Over by where the red fern grows.
Anyway,
yeah, that'll make you cry.
That was good. Okay, we have a concern here, everyone. Apparently, Steel City is a reality denier.
Yeah, I saw that. We do have Truffle in here, though, too. It's VC verified. Coliseum and Seems Sincere.
Oh, that's. I'd rather go
Truffle?
with that.
Truffle, are you there? Is it Truffle? Truffle? Are you listening? Would you like to speak?
Coliseum seating, so he can't be new. I don't know. I want to know what a reality denier sounds like.
Me too. I wanted to hear from them too.
Are you there? Hello, Steel City. Check it 1, check it 2.
Steel City. He unmuted himself a moment ago, or herself. I don't know.
I mean, welcome. Talk is now with the ladies. Best to get your words in. Oh no, Mike. Of course.
No.
So hold on. So no mic, but yes, liar. Got it.
Okay, wait. How can you unmute yourself if you don't have a mic? I saw it with my own eyes when I was staring at who's in the live stream. Unmuted himself. So, been exposed. I say we fling his ass into the void of Discord. That's what I say. Major violation, my friend. Come on, man. Step up. Wait, we won't. I promise you won't get dogpiled.
I'm going on Lucy Watch.
Okay, we got to put him in the no mic gang, so that still exists. Okay, you can't be. Okay, the person is VC verified. You can't be no mic and be VC verified.
Yeah, how'd you get VC verified?
All right, we sound like we're giving the person the third degree. We're not meaning to, honestly. We just think too much is the problem. We ask too many questions, and, you're in a great place to ask about questions about flat Earth. I mean, we're not going to try to convince you if you're going to want to continue with the old heliocentric theory. But if you're seeking information, this is a good place to be, or a good place to start. Crickets brought to you by Jen L. All right, so what are the latest talking points that are floating around the internet? I guess anybody could chime in on that and the ladies could talk about it, but depending on how many ladies we have in here still.
Well, I mean, I already expressed the last thing that I heard came to all of this stuff was the whole meteor thing. Now they first were saying they were just testing it. Then they said the meteor is going to hit us, so they needed to shoot at it. And since then, I haven't heard anything. It's like it's really just disappeared. Other than
that is so odd. I'm watching the latest remake series of Lost in Space. And in one of the episodes, it talks about a Christmas meteor. It's like, what?
Oh, we got one of those on the way. That's actually visible by the naked eye. And any day now.
Yeah, so that's just a little bit weird. Definitely in the weird category.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's see if they can pull it off. Bring it on. What, just me?
Did we assign cheerleaders, but like for guys to be our cheerleaders? I'm just wondering.
What? I can do that?
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. So what about people that are on the fence? Anybody in that category in here?
I'm not seeing any takers.
Okay, I guess what about if somebody has a recent flat smack story? Anyone?
Well, I saw there's a Glover in here, Matt Glover. He might have some things to say.
Okay.
Matt Glover, speak up.
All right, what's up?
Greetings.
You want to talk on the ladies' night? Hello and welcome.
Oh, it's ladies' night.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, so don't you come in here every often or what?
Not so much anymore, no.
Okay, any particular reason? I mean,
he said, I don't come in here so often anymore. No, but he's here. That's
right.
weird.
Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, is a person not allowed to enter a server occasionally?
Sure, of course you are.
If you have a microphone, you might as well say something.
Well, yes. Okay, so listen. Other gentlemen in this chat are self-muted, essentially. So you're kind of like in guest kind of mode right now. So you get to talk freely when maybe other times you wouldn't.
Well,
That
I
is
had
if you
self-muted.
Well, yeah. But so you believe in the heliocentric theory, so that's why you're allowed to kind of have privilege to speak over other people that usually talk more in here. Get what I'm saying? Are you down?
I understand. I don't believe in it as such. I accept it because of evidence, but
So
Anyway,
your evidence, it's not like a calculation posed as a measurement, though, is it?
I'll bet.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
What do you mean? You don't know the English language? Are you trying to be obtuse on, I mean, what? I mean, maybe I am, so my apologies go to you, but I think there's a lot of misunderstanding on what's considered evidence.
See, you're being like kind of bad faith right now. Like you don't know. Like I just said, the evidence seems to indicate the globe, and then now you're saying a calculation disguised as a measurement. Like what are you talking about? Give me an example of what you think is just a calculation. And
Well, Al Biruni, he derived the radius from an observation from the top of to a top of a mountain. I'm not an expert on the topic. I'm not an expert on the topic, but I know that headline of that backstory.
Why is he wrong then for doing that if you don't know about it?
It's not a direct measurement. It's a calculation.
Okay. All right. So, well, let's.
But that's how we have the radius. That's how we have the radius.
No. But no, I take issue with that already because let's say you had.
He starts with "let's say."
Well, so what?
Well,
so this is why this is why I didn't want to speak because already I'm being.
Can I explain?
No.
It sounded a little bit like scientism, like sort of stuff, like what you have on Ancient Aliens or, Cosmos. Yeah, that. Where they just come up with like these imagined type phrases. Yes, and that's what you sound like.
Because making an observation and making a measurement can be good enough depending on the method.
Good
So
enough?
just dismiss. Yes, can be.
Good enough. Good enough. How
Well, thank you for the semantic games that you're playing with me.
No. We are not playing any.
Yes, you are. You're.
Well, actually, she's
latching
trying to
onto
make you
phrases.
precise.
Anyway,
No, she's trying to make you precise.
I'm going to let Ladies' Night continue and have a good night.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, sir, for joining.
And why you took that so personally, as if it's like your religion. I mean, we're just trying to have a conversation.
Was I being
No,
a bitch?
you weren't.
I mean, am I being
I'm
a
not
bitch?
saying.
Yeah.
You're putting words in my mouth, but
I was
have a good
asking a
night.
question. Thank you. Can you maybe go have a hit of a joint and calm down, or what's going on here? I don't understand the heightened kind of energy I'm getting off you, man. I'm just trying. I don't debate. I just have a conversation. I hope that's okay. If I said something that was like, I don't know, off key or something, whatever you want to call it, that's not what I don't know. So anyway, yeah, I have issue with calculations posed as measurements, as you can tell. So that maybe is my trigger point. Maybe I elevated my attitude. So who knows? But yeah, the good enough, that is a phrase that I'm really concerned with, I have to say. I don't think that's very scientific. I don't think that's a word used in that realm. I could be wrong, you guys, but
The biggest issue with that conversation was the offense taken, as if it was personal, not just a question about what we're talking about. Like, it was as if it was a personal, affront to him, and that is telling to me.
Good enough is used all the time in engineering and in science.
Really?
So I don't know what you're on about.
So wait, hold on. So
Let me give you an example.
Oh my
Let me give you an
goodness.
example. So I teach electronics to college, in community college, and when we're talking about, say, series circuits with diodes or LEDs or something, we treat diodes as having the same voltage no matter what current is going through them. And for most applications, that's good enough. So when you're calculating what resistor you use on a diode circuit, then, treating the diode as the same voltage with the current is good enough. No, because you latched on to a use of good enough with regard to a model. Sometimes your model is good enough for what you're working with.
Measurement. I know that maybe I could go to my source that I have and I could read it out loud. A measurement. You are not talking. What you just described was nothing to do with the measurement.
Absolutely, it is.
Okay,
Because when you're measuring the resistor you need, or when you're calculating a resistor that you need, which is a quantity, it's a measurement, it's a device you need to select that creates a certain current, a desired current. Good enough applies.
Okay, all right, fine.
So don't take issue when you're playing word games with me. When you're playing word games with me, then
okay, sure.
This is a word game. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, Mac. This isn't a word game. Good enough is quite silly when we're talking about absolute in science. You can talk about it in engineering and models, which are never the same exact thing as something that is actual. Would you say it's good enough if it was an actual airplane that was flying through the sky?
Yes.
Oh, that's good enough. That'll do. We're not going to try our best to make sure that it's precise as much as we can in that moment.
Yes, because wings on an airplane have flex. Because
who's talking about
rivets and screws?
Okay,
have,
my whole point I'm trying to get across is it seems like you are taking this personal, as if it's a personal affront on you. The tone of your voice, the way this conversation has changed from just asking.
You know the reason? Is because when I posed a hypothetical, two of you ridiculed it like I was a fucking retard.
Gosh, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Thanks.
We got you.
Mac, what's the hypothetical?
Nobody ridiculed you.
Helioskeptic did at first, and then
No, what they did was they said they were making comments on the way you started, because if you're going to start with something that's very comparable, you got to be kind of careful with your words. Semantics, you can say semantics, that's fine, but semantics are important.
Yeah,
words
so
matter.
You're playing
How you
semantic
speak matters.
games. You're playing semantic
No,
games.
not playing games.
Yeah,
No,
you are. Thank
they're
you.
precise.
Have a nice
They're
night.
precise so that you can know.
It's ladies'
See, again,
night.
you took offense and nobody was doing any offensive.
Yeah, it's ladies' night, and I feel like the only one that's acting like a sissy la girl is you. Like, there's no reason to get so emotional for this. Like, let's just have a conversation. No need to get your panties in a bunch. And let's just...
No thanks, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, cool.
Thank
Keep your
you.
panties in a bunch.
That's okay. That's
Thank
cool.
you.
But don't act like
Thank
we're a bunch
you.
of people attacking, and nobody was attacking you.
Well, you were, but it's okay.
Not you. No, nobody was attacking you. You used words that triggered some people, and that's fine. But don't say words don't matter. Semantics are important.
Okay.
Well, they use proper words so we can communicate. But if you start with assumptions, then that's the problem. That's why people reacted that way.
Yeah, still, the only person I heard reacting in a certain, like, disposition was him. I didn't hear anyone else getting, like, emotional over it. They were just like, wait a minute. Let's talk about this. There's a difference between getting your panties in a bunch and just trying to suss out the conversation.
Well, semantics is always the excuse of people that don't want to really talk specific language.
Yep.
They get offended easily. Call it a game. It's not a game. Language is not a game. It's how we communicate precisely so we know what we're talking about.
It's very important. We have to understand the words each other are saying so we can actually understand what the other is saying. And if they don't compute, then you can't get any further. You're just basically in, confusion land.
Well, they act like words don't have specific meanings when they actually do. You can have your own interpretation of them, sure, but then nobody understands it. And then, of course, then it's not precise enough.
Yep, and then when they change...
That's why she asked about measurement versus calculation. Do you know the definition of measurement? Do you know the definition of calculation?
I have it right here. Hold on. One moment. Bam. There we go. Hopefully that's a good enough source.
And good enough is used after you've completed something that actually is precise enough to work, by the way. I hope people don't think that a medical provider would say, well, I guess that's good enough.
Oh, gosh. I know. That's kind of the thing that went into my brain immediately. It's like my jaw dropped.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you serious? Okay, so when you say good enough, that means there's a large enough parameter, is what that means to me anyway. I mean.
Yeah, and something may still work, but that doesn't mean it's excellent. It doesn't mean it's accurate either, or that it's precise, or that it's even what you really want, especially if you're talking in the medical field.
Good enough could be considered within range.
See, in my world as a medical person, when I say good enough, that means I'm doing what we used to call ghetto med, where we just use what we have. It's not the best. It's not what I really want, but I can do it just well enough to get you by.
Yeah.
But that's not preferred.
Right.
We need protests where it's context matters. Like, context is so important to being able to understand, like, what it is people are talking about, how that word is actually being used. Everything along that. Context within the word or within a phrase is imperative. And it's imperative into us understanding the other person along with logic. And if logic isn't also applied, then we're totally lost in the weeds. But we have to understand each other in the context of which we're using words, how we're defining them, and then have the logic base behind those words put together into sentences. Otherwise, it's gobbledygook.
Okay, so
and if we get called on it, that's okay too, because I want to be precise. I hope people do call me out when I say things imprecisely, so I can get better at it, so I can be understood better. I don't get offended. I'm not going to get offended about it. It's like, whatever. Okay, let me try this again.
Apparently, there are theoretical foundations of measurements have been much studied, quoting the website. So I understand now why we weren't on the same page, because he was coming from an engineering standpoint and I was thinking more.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Okay,
context.
Well, right, sis. You called it. You called it. Yes. All right, let me just read the whole thing if you girls don't mind, and then can talk about it. So measurement, the process of associating numbers with physical, quantities and phenomena. Measurement is fundamental to the sciences, to engineering, constructions, and other technical fields, and to almost all everyday activities. For that reason, the elements, conditions, limitations, and theoretical foundations of measurement have been much studied. See also measurement system for a comparison of different systems and their history of their development. So this sounds like a whole week course you could take reading this document. So, and it's been on my kind of to-do list to look over, but it's a lot. Oh, okay. I was scrolling down just to scroll to see how large of how long it was. I stopped just randomly. Measuring systems may also include devices for transmitting signals over great distances. See telemetry. All measuring systems, even highly automated ones, include some method of displaying the signal to an observer. So anyway, I'm kind of curious a little bit farther down. It has a heading, measurement theory. I had no idea that measurement had any theoretical foundations. What do you girls think?
I had to step away for a second, so I'm not sure the entire context of this due to my lovely son. But I would say that when it comes to measurement, there's a lot to be debated about that, even when it goes as far back as cubits or using your hand, or, we go from metrics to, the other side. Like, there's a ton of different things that we can say about measurements. Not only that, but people saying that they actually are measuring things that they can't actually touch or feel, right? Or that they can't actually reach. And instead of calling it a calculation, they measurement, which I think that there is major fault with. Maybe I'm off on what we're discussing right now, but that's my take on it.
No, I think, that's bringing it to what we were talking about. I just trying to understand how there can be a confusion of a calculation and posed as a measurement.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, there can't. There's no way, and at least in my small little mind, logic that I've studied, what I know is that I can't measure something that I can't ever actually touch. I can calculate how far this tree is away from me, but until I actually measure it, I won't know the actual distance. And there's tons of different ways that I can use measurement, say whether it's this or it's that, or it's measurement, it's that measurement, whether I'm using,
Okay, so
but
we have,
or you can't measure something that you can't touch. That's a calculation. And it's a guess. You wouldn't actually know.
Right. Okay, so, we have with the black swan and other observations where they are known distances. They've been, distances given to us by the authority figures, whoever, whatever agency or what have you. So I just don't understand how, people are so confused about, I guess, math on top of that. I mean, just some of the crazy stuff I've heard about people talk about with the black swan that I should have wrote the words down, you guys. I'm sorry, but I'll have to maybe get back to somebody on that. Or get maybe next week. Sorry. But just literally making up words as you go along. And it's just kind of like...
Okay, sorry. My son bugged me again. I just caught the last bit.
Good, because I wasn't saying anything really good.
Oh,
okay.
no, 'cause I was trying to understand what it was you were saying because I missed it.
No, I wasn't. I didn't.
Okay. Because if you're talking about making up words as we go along, and that's kind of, from that, it's kind of like they're calculating things, like making up stuff as you go along. No, but they're calculating it anyway and trying to tell us what it actually is.
Well, no, I mean, so far as refraction and stuff like that.
Oh my goodness! Actually, you just reminded me. Please tell me if you guys have talked to QE, because there was a day on Nathan's, and I think it was like last week, probably the week before, where QE was on there, and it was towards the end, and the guy was asking that these globers came on and were saying we can calculate the distance to the sun, we can calculate the distance to the moon, this and that, whatever. And then QE was then started talking about the sextant, got the two confused, and said, yeah, we can calculate the distance to the sun. We can calculate the distance to celestials. And I was sitting there listening to it and typing in the text chat, like, what is happening right now? This goes against everything we've ever discussed, but QE stood firm. And even Nathan questioned one, and he was like, oh, no, he's saying we can calculate it. And he's like, no, we can measure it. Like, we can calculate it. We can figure out exactly how it is because engineer it. And my mind was blown. And then they talked about it for 2 days. And all these flat earthers were like arguing and siding with the globers against other flat earthers, saying, no, yes, we can measure it. So I kept saying in the chat, well, then what's the freaking distance? If we can measure the distance to the sun, and we can measure the distance to Polaris and all these other, celestial objects in the sky, and objects I use loosely, like, then what is the distance? And not a single one of them would answer me. Have you guys heard this in the past 2 weeks? That we can now measure.
Was that when he was talking about measuring the GP to the star and all that? Was it in the sextant arguments that they were going at?
Yes.
Yeah, they were talking about triangulation and using the math to figure out distances.
So you can reverse.
I'm not so sure.
That's what I thought, and I was blown away that everyone was like in stark agreement with it immediately. I was like, wait a minute, like, how can we measure the distance to them? How can we reverse engineer this? You're like, it's apparent, like, we don't actually know. And then they were arguing, they're like, well, if we didn't actually know, then we wouldn't actually know where we could travel on the earth. And they were making all these arguments of how they had to be able to know the distance to these objects because they're always in that same spot in order for them to know where the land was. And I felt like I was I'd gone through happening.
It was confusing because I think he was trying to make it about the angles more than the distance. But if you know the angles, then you can figure out where you are. Because I kind of got lost in that conversation too. I couldn't figure out where it was going exactly, other than some of them were saying it was apparent, and other ones were saying, well, it's not apparent in that very moment that you take it, but a few minutes later when you take the next read for another star.
It went into all.
They've moved and everything's moving, and it went off the rails pretty quick, and I was like, I couldn't follow it anymore, so I didn't listen very long.
So it went on Nathan's show, and then it went on for days inside of the chat, right? Inside of the VC in the chat or whatever. And it was blowing my mind. And I had so many globers with me. They're like, yeah, I'm on your side. Like, wait a minute. How all of a sudden is FE on our side? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, we want answers. And I was like, so do I. I'm wondering how these people flip so quickly to say that, yes, now we have the distance to the sun. Yes, now we can measure the so I was like, well, then what is the distance? Then what is it? And they were like, well, because it was like, they're like, we haven't actually done it yet, but this is how we will do it. And I was like, well, then just go outside and do it. You know what I mean? Like, I know people have sense, like, go outside and measure it. People already give calculations of what they've already witnessed. You should be able to do it. But it goes against everything that's actually apparent. I felt like I was in upside down land.
Damn it.
Lost. I was so lost.
I think it's not about the distance of the luminaries from the ground to the sky. It's more of the distance of the positions down here on Earth based on charts, navigational charts that are already in place.
That's right. The known distances between ports and positions. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I thought it meant too. But it sure got confusing because she's right. People were like, what do you mean?
Because what happened was that they're taking these known distances and based off of like trigonometry, algebra, all those things. If you have these many known, then you reverse engineer it to find out the unknown. And that unknown, therefore, would be the distance to the celestial, right? And so they were all arguing for this case that yes, we can therefore, because we have all these knowns, we can reverse engineer it and know the known to the celestial. My argument was you can't do that because it is apparent. But the funny thing that they weren't catching on to is that there's a difference, right? So yes, it appears to us at the same way all the time. That's how we get these charts, is that they're able to pre-plot where it's going to be. Even though it's apparent, it still appears to us in the same way that we can actually plot it. That doesn't mean it's actually where it actually is. And they weren't able to like glitch that in their brains that yes, we can like say that this is and reverse engineer it by that apparent location, that this is where it appears that calculation would end up being. But there are so many variables in between that of like what is between us and that star, what is happening with this and that we can't actually know because we can't actually touch it. So you might get a number on each of these calculations, but that doesn't mean that it's a correct number, though it can still be correct in our navigation because it is still apparent in the same locations. Does that make sense? It's hard to put into words, but I was like, how are these people not getting this? And even the Globers were actually agreeing with me. They're like, yeah, that sounds argument really makes sense. And there were tons of flat earthers who were like, no, you're so stupid. Like, that doesn't make sense at all. We can totally know the distance. We figured out the distance. I was like, I got to step back. I'm done.
Well, then tell me what the distance is because we should have known that a long time ago. Because the sextant has been around a long time. And before that was the astrolabe. And we should have known before that. But nobody has ever claimed those things actually can tell you the actual distance to these stars or to the sun. They've never said that that's what will do it.
Thank you so much for like being a voice of reasoning amongst all these people. I was like, thank you for understanding.
I just thought everything was apparent, that you apparently see from one position on Earth these stars by the charts that have been, mapped out for I don't know how many years, but they figured it out.
They were missing those.
That's how you get your AB of your triangle.
And though
it's you can figure out your distance.
It's apparent to us, though we can't know the actual distance to it. But even though it's apparent, it still appears in the sky. They have these routines they do, so we can plot it out a year in advance where it will appear. But it is still apparent, so we can find the locations. But that doesn't mean that we can find out the distance. There's a difference between those two things, and I think some people just don't get that. I'm hoping other people in here do, besides me and Damsel. Because
we have Mrs. Rabbit in his house.
Oh, nice. She's back again for more. Woohoo.
Miss Rabbit.
Hi, Miss Rabbit.
Hi, Mrs. Rabbit.
Hello.
Good to have you.
Thanks.
How's your night going?
It's good. We just cleaned the house.
Woohoo. So now you get a break to chill with us.
Yep.
With Mr. Flathead.
So have you've been to like a couple ladies' nights, haven't you?
Yeah, I think this is my third one.
Okay. And I can't remember if you were on the fence or...
No, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, good. All right.
Me and Mrs. Rabbit took the journey together.
Are you serious? That's wonderful.
Yes, Mrs. Rabbit is my wife.
Oh, nice.
Are you Mr. Rabbit?
Yeah, he's a rabbit.
Yeah.
Mr. Rabbit. Nice to meet you.
Mr. Flathead. It's been an interesting 4 or 5 month journey together. Let's just say that.
Nice. Okay. Okay, so a flat earth relationship.
It's a flatation ship.
Okay. Sure.
But yeah, me and Mrs. Rabbit enjoy going through the information together on a daily basis, typically.
For sure, man. So, do you ever pass out materials or anything like in real life type stuff?
We thought about going downtown where we live and setting up a table and talking to people. We just haven't done it yet.
Exactly. Probably gonna do it in the near future. Have like a not exactly like a Steven Crowder approach, with the change of my mind, but something kind of along those lines.
Change my mind. You can't change my mind.
Exactly. But just to get people to think, because most people don't even think about the topic. They just mull right over it. They go with Go ahead, Jenny. My bad.
Oh no! What were you saying?
I was just going to say that, most people, they go with the floating disc in space idea with the edges and water coming off of it and never even entertain, what it actually, is going on in objective reality. And, just want to make people think more.
Yeah. And, of course, you're going to hear the why would they lie question.
It's the first one the Globers typically like to go to.
Yeah, I think that's what my mom thinks of the flat earth, is that it's a disc flying through space. Of course, she believes we went to the moon, so yeah. I don't want to upset my mother, so that's just like a no, just a no-go zone. She gets triggered.
Right. I tell people to really start with the moon landings first, actually, like really objectively look into it. That's kind of a good starting place. It was for me anyway.
Yeah, but see, she had the firsthand TV propaganda experience.
Right.
So, yeah. So that's like, I don't know. I'd be interested in talking to other people that are, like 65 plus. I mean, I know we've got some that are older than older than me, but I don't know. One of these days I'll go into like some Legion hall or something and ask some old dudes, do you think we went to the moon?
My grandma, she's 81, and I went over to her house and I asked her how she felt about the moon landing, and she said, "Do you really think that happened?" And I said, "Do you?" And she's like, "Of course not." And it kind of shocked me. I was like, "Dang."
Wow, that's awesome. Good to hear.
It was absolutely beautiful.
I just like to approach people by asking them questions. Like, I love starting with Antarctica. I'm like, did you know there's a treaty on Antarctica? And they're like, no, what is that? And then I just tell them about it. And then I ask if they've ever looked at old maps and how I talk about the ice wall. Like, I don't come at them and say the Earth isn't a globe. I just ask questions and kind of like guide them.
Right. Yeah. You know what? That I couldn't have said that better. I mean, absolutely. Questions, it takes people off the defense in a way. You know, it allows them to do their own thinking. But yeah, so do you have conversations with your grandma? Was it that you mentioned about the moon? Does she?
It was just one conversation. I went over there to talk to her about flat Earth, and I didn't realize she already,
what
was on the same page as me. So my mind was blown because she's like finishing my sentences.
What?
Yeah, and I said, why didn't you? And I said, why didn't you tell me when I was a little girl? And she said, I didn't know. She said, I came to it by reading the Bible and just questioning things. And yeah, it was pretty cool.
Whoa, did you happen
My
to
mom was in the room and my mom looked at her and she said, Mom?
Wow. Did she have a favorite verse that she remembers? Like that point, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I didn't really ask her. We talked about the firmament being mentioned in the Bible and the four corners mentioned in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. That would be amazing to know what her epiphany moment was. Because it's not like she was brought up a flat earther or something. She had to have like some kind of paradigm shift at some point. Or maybe she did believe it all her life. I don't know. I mean, I don't know her.
Jenny,
no, she wasn't really like brought up in church. Mm-hmm. She is a born again Christian. So I think her going to church and her reading the Bible like opened her eyes to, I don't know, question things.
Greater truths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Well, I stumbled upon Flat Earth because a coworker, I was talking about ancient aliens at work.
Oh,
and
nice.
A coworker said, you probably think the Earth is flat. And I said, do people think the Earth is flat? And he's like, yeah. And I said, why? And they said, because they're stupid. And I just didn't think that was a good enough reason. I'm like, obviously, there has to be a reason. Like, people aren't just going to be like, the Earth is flat. So I looked into it.
That's incredible. I love that story. Just by happenstance, you happen to be at a particular moment when the synchronicity, I think, is cool.
Yeah. Which, I mean, researching the shape of the Earth has answered more questions than ancient aliens. I mean, I think that ancient aliens, like, it led me to question things for sure.
Okay, now
but they lead towards aliens.
Well, see, this is my idea. I have a belief that there are great lands unknown to us. And so I would contend that there are aliens, but they are from outer lands, not outer space.
Yeah, extraterrestrial.
Yeah, I mean, extra land, extraterrestrial. So not saying I'm a believer in aliens and whatever is said about it and all that kind of thing, but I just think that there's a little bit of truth within a deception.
Yeah, it led me towards Tartaria, and that
I love that
completely Yes, it completely blew my mind. And I fell in love. And
So
then,
it's like a never-ending story for real.
yeah, and then to think about the millennial kingdom and how perhaps maybe it was already here at one point. I think that's extremely interesting, which it's debatable. People debate it.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So yeah. Repeat what you just said just a moment ago. I was thinking about something.
About the millennial kingdom?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're saying that the timeline, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like the millennial kingdom already happened.
Yes, that's preterism. That's preterism is what that is.
Yeah.
Yep.
But,
okay, so yeah, I find that topic really fascinating.
I couldn't sleep one night and I started thinking about the Renaissance. And I looked up the word and it's rebirth. And I was like, rebirth of what? It's 14th century. Rebirth of what?
So what if there are 4 quarters to the earth and the magnetic field goes in a circle around the 4 sections? And so it's quite possible where we reside now, it was however long it takes the cycle to come back around again. So
like a clock?
Yes, like an astronomical clock, exactly.
Yeah.
So
like we're moving, like we're on like the hour hand and we're just moving slowly.
So the grand buildings would be, well, people, whatever buildings, I don't remember right offhand, but we're from the millennial reign. Mm-hmm. And we are in a season, I believe, at this point in time, it could change, it's whatever, but, it seems to me that we're in the season.
The short season?
I mean, yes. So, because there's a lot of, I don't know, maybe I'm sounding like my granny or something, but there seems to be a lot of wickedness around. I mean, all you gotta do is look on the internet.
Yeah. Well, it makes more sense to me because when you read the Bible, sometimes certain things in the Bible, it's like it doesn't make sense to what we're visually capable of seeing. It's so spiritual. Okay. So if this occurred in the past, maybe there was more spiritual things around.
Yes, I would.
Does that make sense? Like visually,
and that would have to do. Wouldn't that have to do with the luminaries, whatever they happen to be?
Yeah.
I mean, so I just think there's a bigger picture.
Like all the paintings that were done during the Renaissance, they're very spiritual, like angels, and the saints have halos over their heads.
So like I don't know, I think the Mayans were onto something, so far as the different cycles. I would think that what we consider Earth to be a machine could potentially be that way.
Yeah.
Mrs. Rabbit, why don't you tell Jenny and the rest of the server what you were showing me on old alleged quote-unquote paintings?
Oh, yes, please do. That sounds fascinating.
The first camera, the Oculus. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, love.
Yeah, so when I was researching the Renaissance, it's not really a camera because you couldn't just snap a photo, but it was called the Oculus something, and it was a projection of whatever people were painting, and that's why paintings looked so realistic, is because it was being projected onto whatever they were painting. And during that time, they didn't want people to know about it because of like witchcraft. They were scared of being called witches and being burned alive or whatever happened to witches back then. But so it was technically the first camera before, I guess, the 1800s.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
I just find it fascinating because if that's true, then when we're looking at these old pictures, are we actually looking at what they saw and it's not just something they imagined?
Wait, what do you mean something they imagined?
Like, like fantasy art. It wasn't just fantasy art. They were literally painting what was going on during that time. There's a lot of spiritual paintings.
Like dragons, elves, fairies, souls, angels, demons.
Yeah, angels.
Exactly.
Okay, that
The
makes more
saints.
sense. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I mean, the mosaic tiles that are inside of churches on the ceiling. What are they called?
Yeah. Those are pretty incredible.
I mean, who the hell can do that?
Well, okay, so I came across, I think Flat Fact, I think is the name of the YouTube channel, but she was looking into these glass negatives. And so you can actually look at these certain types of photographs. They're, I might have to look it up to speak correctly, so forgive me. You can look at it stereographically, like in two different ways. You can do it like laterally, or you can do it like cross-eyed. And it's not really that hard to do. I mean, you do have to train your eyes to make it do it, but it's so weird. Let me see if I can find it, you guys, because it's really like, wait, what? Hopefully I can find it. But does that make any and these were like from 1800s or something like that. I think it was the date. So that's why I brought it up. So I wasn't trying to go off from what you were talking about, but if you have more on your topic, I'd love to hear it.
Not really. I like watching the girl on YouTube exploring Tartaria. Have you ever watched her?
Possibly.
She talks about the timeline deception and
you know what? I
how
could have. That's maybe where I came across the preterism topic. Possibly, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, because she theorizes that 1 AD. AD stands for, I forget. It's Latin for, what is it? Flathead.
Anno Domini, the year of our Lord.
Yeah, the year of our Lord. So 1 AD would be the start of the millennial kingdom, the reign of 1,000 years. And she theorizes that around the 1800, they started changing the J that is in front of, year 900 or 800 into a 1. That would be the devil deceiving people into thinking that we're in year like 1800, but really it would be the short period, the short season after the millennial kingdom. I mean, that's what her videos are about. I find them fascinating.
Number 1 is an upside down J. Like the design.
Yeah. Or an I think.
Yeah, you can see it on old currency.
I was trying to look for it on old tombstones.
So I just posted that video that I mentioned for anyone that would be interested later. She actually goes through a certain technique on how to do it. It only takes like a minute on how to learn how to do it. So I don't know. I guess there were certain types of goggles or glasses or something that you could view 3D, but do you have any like images from what the topic you're talking about, Mrs. Rabbit?
I'm going to see if I can find the link of the video she's talking about real quick. Just give me a second.
I don't have any saved, but I can find some.
Do you guys mind if I speak up for a second?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. So if you look at the timeline, the way that she's talking about in those videos and the way that Rabbit's talking about, then that would mean that Christ perished on the cross like 1,000 years ago, like 1,017 or 1,021, however you want to look at the calendar. And if that's true, then 500 years later, after Christ perished, this was the Reformation and the subsequent Counter-Reformation and the witch hunts, right? And then 500 years later, we're reforming again, right? Us flat earthers, we're making history right now because we're reforming science, we're reforming, our rednecks. We're reforming, science, religion, everything. Like for flat earthers right now, it's question everything, right?
Yeah.
So we're kind of in the middle of a second renaissance, a second rebirth, and it's obvious to see there's a reformation going on, and we've all met counter-reformationists, right? We call them anti-flat earthers.
Ooh. Oh yeah. When I was coming out of the idea of religion and I watched Robbie Davidson's Scientism Exposed, I definitely had like this epiphany. Like I realized the scope of the adversary. That it wasn't an individual attack, we hear in church, oh, Satan's attacking me. No. It's like the web of deception is incredible. And I'm not giving admiration, mind you, but it's pretty deep. But so yeah, I'm not opposed to the Bible or anything in it. It's just, the instruction we're given. Actually, I really like the last church that I went to, because the group of people that I studied with, they considered that church shouldn't be a building. So I think I was like on that road. So anyway, sorry, everybody. Not trying to take it too far off. But the timeline, I just think the idea of that is just, I've thought of that as a possibility, and I never could elaborate, and this was like 3 years ago.
I don't think that the modern day church is what church is supposed to be like.
I agree. I could not agree more.
I do think that the old churches that have the organs, the huge organs, and the cathedral buildings, I think they were used more as like a place of healing. Like not only worshiping, but it was healing people with the sound vibrations.
Yeah. I've heard of people talking about that, and I find that extremely fascinating, and to me seems very likely. So yeah,
just the name of the instrument being called an organ, and the fact that it could be healing people, I find that amazing.
Well, I guess it would be considered ironic, would it not? That the musical instrument is called an organ, and at one point in time,
or it could have been considered literal at that time. And now we just look at it as ironic.
But the idea, the depictions of other beings, dragons and elves and stuff like that, that's just like, wow. That makes me think of, truth in movies kind of thing. You know what I mean?
This is everything that my book is going to entail. And I'm loving that you guys are talking about this right now, because I would really love to hear every single person on here. If anyone ever wants to reach out to me and tell me what they think has happened in the past, or if they have any information, this kind of stuff is what really drives me. Is like, what is true, what isn't true, the especially the things that are hidden from us, that are obscured, and the alcoves of history that we don't know. the whole entire game of telephone. Like I was just commenting to somebody above, like talking about this history, and it's like it is a game of telephone. So what is it that we do truly know? Even things that are translated from, from different through history, and the things
transliterated.
Well, and even things that are even just today within our own community, right? Somebody will say something and then it gets skewed into something else, and skewed, like even in a matter of hours and minutes, even like we can't even decide on a definition of a word. So what is this truth that we're seeking, and like where is it, and what mysteries are hidden from us? What magic is hidden from us? What I think that there's so much more that we have to discover, and like trying to unveil all of this is one of my true passions. And I really love to hear everyone's perspective on different things that they found. Like I know about the Oculus, and I really love that you brought that up, and hearing you speak personally about that. It's so cool to hear these kind of conversations. So I really love this conversation tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, about the Oculus. Can you revisit that again? Because I mean, I was listening, but to try and get a better idea in my head.
So the Oculus was kind of like a projection. It projected whatever it was that the artist was trying to paint. It would project that image onto their canvas. So the painting would be realistic to what they were looking at.
Like think of like an overhead projector.
Like they traced it basically.
Like an overhead projector. Like they have a projector, and then you put it up on a wall, and then they can trace it. It's like that.
Wow.
So not technically a camera, but it was the first kind of concept of capturing something that was real.
That was a really good way of explaining it. You did a great job.
Can I interrupt again?
Why not?
Of course.
I'm so sorry. It's ladies' night and everything, but so Leonardo da Vinci was kind of the first one to do the photorealistic drawings, right? So he didn't go to church because he was a bastard child. He didn't go to college because he was a bastard child. He wasn't allowed in, right? Because his parents weren't married. So he was outside of, the law, digging up cadavers and making like 3D images, 3D drawings of like the human anatomy, right? It's like the first like so-called CAT scans, even though I know that isn't the right word, but that's exactly what he was doing. He was making like 3-dimensional drawings of the human anatomy so that we could understand it a little better. And all this stuff was illegal at the time, right? He could have been killed for what he was doing, obviously. But once he started doing like the photorealistic paintings, where it was like so close to being real, like it tricked the eye a little bit, kind of like what we see today. Like you can type in photorealistic painting of Morgan Freeman, and then put that next to a picture of Morgan Freeman's face, and like you can't tell the difference. But Leonardo da Vinci kind of started that, and I'd imagine the Oculus was one of those things that they like invented. It's like, here, check this out, but they had to hide it because they weren't allowed to do certain things. And the witch hunts lasted up until the late 1800s in some countries. So we definitely know there was witch hunts. And if you're curious about the witch hunts, The Witch's Hammer is a book that I often bring up in here. So this was a very angry, like Catholic monk who hated women, and he made this book on how to hunt down witches and how to kill them legally.
Damn!
Anyway, The Witch's Hammer, look it up. It's not written in English, but it's
Wasn't like that guy that had that weird name? Like it was Malicious Mall. Like, Mall means like, terror, like bad or whatever, but it was like Malicious Mall something. Is that the guy who wrote that book? Let me look it up. I'm pretty sure.
Hank, wasn't it like because I've heard of the Witch's Hammer before? Wasn't it like in Latin, like it was like the original way it was written or something like that? It could correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't written in English, but I read it translated in English. But yeah, originally it wasn't in English. That's right.
Wait, is it the Hammer of the Witches?
Yeah, that's right. The Witch's Hammer.
Well,
yeah,
it's
it is
backwards because it's in English. You know what I mean? You can translate it.
So it is him. It's Malleus Maleficarium, which is like
that's him.
Okay, I do have the right thing. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So is it So it's not a very long story.
Oh, it's a very long book. If it's the one that I'm thinking of, it's a thick book on how to catch witches. But basically, this is him and the Catholic Church waging war on the feminine, as far as I could tell, right? Because you guys are nurturers. It's really kind of a woman's duty to take the man who's injured himself hunting or fishing or whatever and go out into the woods and get the herbs, and that's what they would kill you guys for. If they caught you picking some aloe vera, right? Because your husband burnt himself cooking, right? They, aloe vera or marijuana or, whatever, garlic, right? They caught you picking like natural herbs, like they'd kill you for it.
Well, here's the most amazing part about this. There's two things I want to touch on. Number one, the name of the book, which word is hammer? Because if Malefica is the witch, then that's pretty funny. It has male in it. And then number two is witches, as they were thought of, were the doctors. They were the chefs. They were the nurturers, and they were the first medicine that this world ever knew. And then men feared that women knew this information, burned them at the stake, did all kinds of horrible things, tied rocks to them, threw them to the bottom of the ocean. And the funny part about that is, or lakes or rivers, if the witch floated, then they were a witch and they would kill him. So either way, the woman would die.
Either way, they died.
Either way,
Small
they
correction: not all men, right? Only certain men.
Of course not. I'm not a feminist, and I'm totally not going down that road. I just find
Oh my God.
You know what I mean? Like it was very interesting that the women were the ones, because they were the ones that were cooking, and they were the ones playing with herbs and doing the gardening while the men were out hunting. And so these women were finding remedies that we're using those plants to this day now on a scientific level, where they will extract certain parts of it that are the most important parts to use in medicine to this day. Every prescription has something based in herbal.
Pardon me, Battle Modus, madam.
I'm sorry.
Welcome to Ladies' Night.
I can tell that you feel associated with the women of the past.
Oh, can you tell that I feel that way? Go ahead, tell me more.
Yes. I mean, no disrespect. But it is obvious. You seem to feel associated with the women of the past, and I'm saying that I'm not trying to hurt your feelings.
You haven't hurt my feelings at all whatsoever. I just find it funny
that you are your own individual woman, and that you have an infinite power given from the Almighty Heavenly Father. But you seem, your argument seems to the women of the past is not you, and you're trying to defend something that you weren't there, and at best you only have secondhand knowledge at best. At best, secondhand knowledge.
Are you trying to saying that witches are evil and somehow I'm defending them and I'm not what are you?
No, not at all. No, not at all. I was merely pointing out that perhaps you shouldn't be so certain of the secondhand experience.
When was I ever saying that I was certain about anything? What are you talking about?
Murphy, what's going on, man?
Just be specific. No, because I'm not upset by anything you're saying. I just want you to be specific. And don't equate me to I'm saying I'm relating to these women of the past. I'm not relating with them at all. I am saying that it is quite interesting that these women were the women that were knowledgeable about herbs, about plants, about cooking, about healing, and they were killed for it. Yet today, we're using what they learned in our medicine to this day. That's all I said. So
I may have misunderstood you, and I apologize. I was just telling you my impression, and I apologize if I've misunderstood.
No, maybe I misunderstood. I understand your point. I still don't understand your point. What was your point?
I just walked in here, and it sounded like you were speaking of the persecution of women in general, historically, which is a thing. It's a real thing, sure. But that was all I gathered the last 5 minutes was persecution of women. Mm-hmm. what? You're alive right now. They're not alive, right? You are, and what you do counts. Everything you do is important. So don't dwell on the past. We proceed into the future.
But if you don't know the past, you're doomed to repeat it. So I don't know what you mean.
Hold on. So I also hear that there is some sincerity in your heart of what you're trying to express. But I think that you need more context because that's not what we were talking about. And
My fault, I just walked in here. I'm probably wrong.
No, you didn't walk in. You slid in.
Yeah, I like the meme because he did slide in.
Yeah, he just slid right in here. Hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
No matter that it's ladies' night. I'm just gonna do what I want.
And I'm here to listen. I'm gonna take a seat and I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna listen.
Cool.
Please feel free to.
No,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Jason.
Go ahead. No, you go.
I was going to just say real quick, please take advantage of the live stream voice text Smurf and you can participate there. Thanks.
I just want to
okay, I'll do that. I'm going to mute myself.
I hear your heart. I get where you're coming from, but quite honestly, I'm the last girl that would be any like feminist. Oh my goodness, the women of the past.
I don't know. I don't know if we get along if that was the case.
Not even of the feminists of today, let alone the ones of the past. I understand, like, not beating women, whatever, but other than that, like, but there is something very interesting about the fact that women they were the ones. It wasn't the men. It was because there was hunters and there were gatherers, and it was the women who were gathering things and realizing what these herbs did, and they took care of the children. So they understood, like, oh, if I give my child this, it helps with that. And there was this miraculous thing about it. And then men did come in, and it was also other women. It wasn't just men. The women were also against these women that were smarter than them. That was like, I can heal your child. You can heal my child. You're a witch. Let's burn them, and now they're still using this information from the past to heal people today. And all these past like grimoires and like all that kind of stuff is still coming up of like what herbs and plants help people.
And that I believe you, and please elaborate on these healing herbs. And I'm gonna take a back seat. I believe you. Please forgive me.
I mean,
high five, bro.
That every single medicine that we have, almost all of them, all has to do with a plant or an herb or some kind of vegetation that we then, and sometimes it's even animals. That we constrict things from them or take things from them, and they take it down to a molecular level and then say, this is the only important part of the plant that we actually need. We don't need this whole plant, and a tea or a tincture isn't going to work. Like, we need to make it into a reduction. Sorry, my son is say hello, Damien. No, don't say hello. Say hello to everyone.
Hello.
He ran and hid. But yeah, I mean, that's what they do. So like all of our medicines are because of like, this plant. I mean, you could just name off a medicine and I can go into the medical journal and say, okay, it comes from this plant, right?
Like the poppy plant.
Yeah.
They used to drink poppy tea for pain, and now they use the poppy plant to make painkillers.
Well, and now they've taken that poppy plant and created synthetics on it, which actually are way worse for human beings, makes them way more addicted and way harder to come off of. Like, we need to get back to just using nature because they are using, like, too strong of an instrument. Like, they're taking this plant and, like, only taking this one little bit of it, making it super. We're talking about heart medications, like, all kinds of stuff. Most plants.
I'm sorry, I just crashed in here, Paul. I'm making kind of unrelated but similar comment based on your herbal stuff. Okay. This is what I want to say. You reminded me of a mother caring for children, giving the good health of the herbal medicines, and I want to say what is up with that. The only unconditional love you can get is from your own mother. I'm kind of skeptical that a female can provide unconditional love to a partner that she pairs with, because really, at the end of the day, they can just split and like, because when a tribe is conquested by another tribe, she has to survive, and she gives her loyalty to the conquering tribe. You can't really find unconditional love except only with your own mother. And so the unfortunate is that I cannot really take women seriously because they're the double turncoat women by nature as a
Okay, I have a
survival
question.
mechanism was double turncoats, and I don't trust anything women
I have
say.
a question for you, Smurfy. I have a
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
For you. What's your favorite flat Earth proof?
Oh, it's the obviousness. Wow. It just where is the proof of the globe?
Okay, but what's your thank you. What's your go-to proof for flat Earth?
Long distance photography doesn't match with the measurements provided in the textbook.
Nice. And I don't think you can get any better than the Guinness Book of World Records for a credible source. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to explain that I said some stuff. I've been drinking, but listen, I mean nothing personal towards anybody, and I truly believe the stuff I'm saying, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I'm incorrect. But I wanted to mention that when you're talking about herbs and medicine, which is of a high interest of mine, the women, I'm not really sure the women care about anybody other than their own children, including the whatever their spouse you call it, or the significant other partner. I think the women only care about their children, and that I can never find a woman who will care about me. You know,
Well, I can
not
tell you
gonna
honestly,
happen.
that's a bunch of BS.
CB. Oh, geez.
Did you mute that dummy?
Damn, dude, we need to turn this around right quick. I'd say. I'm so
Go right
sorry.
ahead. I was just asking some questions, and you can. I'm going to mute myself right now.
Okay, cool.
That's the first time I've heard that.
Nice.
I missed it. What did I miss?
Well, Smurf, there's a lot of cute puppies out there, and you're just this old salty dog. You know.
Wait, hold on. What was it I missed? Hold on. You said that was the first time you ever heard it. What was the first thing? What was it?
He said he was going to close his mic up. That's
Oh,
I know, right?
fourth
He was
time
being
he said
highly
it, yeah.
sarcastic.
No, I
That's
said,
like
"I'm gonna
number
mute
3.
myself."
I think that was number 3, actually. Just
He's self-censoring now.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. No, he slid into this room like freaking Tom Cruise. I'm telling you. Hey! He just
I loved it. I was like, wait a minute. What? I thought we were going into like.
Don't disrespect the ladies' night, guys.
Oh no! I like it when we get like photo bombed essentially in the ladies' night. It's fun. I'm trying to think of who did it really good one time. Man, I don't know if it was Ron or somebody from like I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But yeah, it can be fun.
In here, I just noticed. Drop Jenny. We have Alphonse. Alphonse. We have a new guy in here. We haven't had anybody new all night. We have Alphonse.
Boy. Okay, don't. Okay.
Not scare him away. Alphonse.
Yeah.
Alphonse, do you want to talk to us?
How's it going?
Hello, Alphonse. Are you there?
He did join a voice chat for a reason, I think.
Alphonse, speak up.
Is it Alphonse? Yes.
Yep, nothing.
Well, he doesn't have a role, so he probably can't speak.
It's lame.
Yeah.
Well, I'll send him a message in the chat, and hopefully he'll speak up. Well, I sent him a DM. We'll see what happens. What about Irish Leonard? I just saw you hop in. Do you have anything to say? I see you're on the fence. Or Prince B. Are you here, Prince B?
Where all the globers at?
My name's Smurf. I'm here. If no one else is here, I'm Smurf, and
No, we're good, Smurfy. We're good. You're good. You're good, dude.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, gentlemen, new people, heliocentric theory contenders. Show us what you got. Just show us what you got. Just show us what you got. Irish Leonard, I think I've heard him talk before. I'm not sure.
Jenny, you said he busted up in here like Tom Cruise, so I posted a Tom Cruise clip for you from Magnolia, which is one of my favorite movies.
Well, this sucks because I never drink on ladies' night, and I had a glass of wine after listening to all that music, and I'm ready to rumble. Why doesn't anybody want to? Time.
You're ready to rumble? Oh my goodness, girl!
I want to have an interesting conversation, and nobody wants to have
Yo, I'm ready to rumble.
No, that's.
I know you are.
You're not a globe believer, Smurfy.
Is Irish trying to talk? He's flashing.
I tried. I tagged him in the chat, but nothing.
Hello?
Nothing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, wait. Hello. Yes. Hello, Irish. How are you?
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
I don't think I'm really a glober.
Well, damn. Why not? I'm all disappointed.
Oh, I don't know, because all the arguments that you have are way too good, yeah. Like, couldn't possibly be, like, I mean, like, if I said I thought the world was round, I'm probably wrong, like, you know, like, because you have way better reasons to think it's flat, yeah. You know?
What? Think that it's flat?
I kind of think it's round, but you have way better evidence to prove that it's flat, you know? So,
Better evidence. Gotcha. Well, what do you think is the best evidence?
what? Sorry?
What do you think is the best evidence?
For being flat? Oh, just the kind of observable, like everything we look over, when I look around, everything's flat, I suppose.
Okay, well, I mean, that only means that it's locally flat. So how do you know that the entire thing is flat?
Oh, I kind of don't. But I'm not sure if it's round either, but no, I kind of don't. And I kind of, it looks more flat than it does round, yeah.
Well, see, and this is again how I'm testing you, is that because it's locally flat doesn't mean that the entire thing is flat, right? How do you explain that?
Oh, well, I can't really. I'm kind of open-minded, yeah. I can't explain it. I'm kind of a bit lost because I'm only here a week, and the stuff I've been hearing is kind of just like blowing my mind open, like, kind of in a way, and I kind of. I don't want to make too many assumptions because I get in big trouble for making assumptions, saying like, "Oh, the Earth is too big, and that's why we can't see the curvature." It's not true because I've never seen it for myself. Oh my god.
Okay, sorry about that. I was actually typing to Alphonse. So hopefully, Alphonse, you're listening right now, but we would love to hear your story. So when you feel comfortable speaking up, just let us know and we'll talk to you. But yeah, everything that I'm doing to you right now is just basically like just trying to show you how Globers will talk to you. Like, oh, cool.
Oh, yeah.
You observe it as flat. Well, how can you actually, so just trying to hone that skill for you.
Hey, I got a question for you, ladies.
Okay.
Well, what's up with how the average female has 1,300 something cc female brain weight, but the average male has 1,500 something cc brain weight, which represents multiple trillions of neural pathway connections that are non-existent in females. And why is that females believe they're equivalent to men?
So I think you need to get out of the manosphere as quickly as possible. You need to understand more about the corpus callosum, that the woman's corpus callosum is actually larger, and any kind of scientific thing you're trying to bring to the table is also under scrutiny. So you better show me hard facts that is actually correct, and not just information.
The corpus thing is smaller. You said that actually I'm wrong, is what you're saying.
I'm sorry, go on.
No, I wanted to ask you that you're saying I'm wrong and that actually some areas of the brain is larger with a female.
Again, you are saying that girls have less brain waves than a male does. That was your opening statement?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm telling you that, first of all, you need to provide hard facts for that, not just some scientific reviewed papers, because that goes along right with the flat earth. And number two, you have to understand that the corpus callosum is actually larger in a female, and the information going between the two brains. So we don't just have one brain, we actually have three. Two are in our head, the left and the right, and then one is in our belly. And everything that happens in our stomach actually happens there first before it actually takes place in our brain. So maybe you should things more before.
Wait. You're correct.
Oh no, I've heard the same thing.
I want to say that I suspect you're correct, and that I withdraw my claim, and that I have to reevaluate what I said.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, bring the facts, and then we can have a conversation about it.
Okay, bye. I'm going to think about what you know. What? Please forgive me for my statement. I'm going to think about that. And can you say again that area of the mind is called the corpus what?
Corpus callosum. It connects the left brain from the right brain.
Oh.
The center.
Okay, I'm okay. I didn't know that.
All right, you have an assignment. Okay, bye.
Okay, I have a fun fact too. I'm sorry for interrupting again, but here's the thing about men: we only have enough blood to operate one head at a time.
Wait, hold on. This is very true, Hank. And did you know that actually really tall guys usually have a smaller second head, because the blood rushing to that would actually make them faint if it were larger. So guys that are really tall and girls who go after guys that are like extremely tall, like 6'5" or whatever, they actually have smaller second head. And there have been many books written about it. And even famous guys who have admitted to it, blatantly admitted and said, like, yeah, it's actually like, you don't have to fear me because I'm not as large as I am tall.
Can I ask you, is it possible that women are smarter than men?
Say that one more time.
Is it possible that women are smarter than men?
I think it depends on the human being. Like, okay. It doesn't matter between males as a group and females as a group, right? Like, it depends. Like, there are much dumber men and much smarter females, and there are so many it's so intricate that you can't say that as a group this is better than this group, because the anomalies will surprise you. The anomalies will always surprise you. But I do think that there are correlations, but that doesn't mean that it's causation.
I agree with everything you said. I'm going to read more about this corpus connection between both hemispheres. I'm going to read more about that. Please pardon me for my lack of knowledge, whether or not either of us are correct. Pardon me for my accusations or assumptions.
How dare you?
Oh, can somebody please give Miss Lambert permission to post pics? I got a message about it, but I don't have that kind of.
Who?
Miss Rabbit. She can't post pics in the chat or anything. She just wants to be able to do that.
Thank you.
Since you ladies are voting for her, I got her.
Does she have a flat earth tag?
She's a flat earther then?
Good. She should. She needs one. She needs a flat earth tag and permission.
All right.
Thank you, Jenny.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to have that. Well, it's a separate thing now. It's kind of, yeah.
Well, since it's so quiet, I guess I'll ask another question. Are y'all ready for this one?
I'm bracing myself as we speak.
I'm trying to get this 80 hangouts in here.
The
And she's
sun is
blowing
dark.
I'm flat smacking her, but she's not listening. So, yeah, I want to get her in here for you guys for ladies' night.
Okay, buddy, check this out. The Son of God is literally the sun is positive. The moon is like negative. So I think the moon is feminine and the sun is positive. And so the Heavenly Father rains down on Mother Earth, Gaia. And so what do you think about you women? What do you think about these male being representative of the positive and the goodness?
I've heard of that before about the
What's your
moon.
opinion on where I'm going? You know where I'm going with that. What's your opinion on that?
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Not personally. I'm just talking of the physics of things. I don't mean it all personally directed towards that.
Are you high right now?
Smurf, you said you were talking about the physics of it. So tell me more about the physics about the moon being feminine and the sun being masculine.
Oh yes. I believe that the moon, because it releases the moon shade is not as cool as the moon light, and so the energy is being drawn to the moon, and because women require energy because they have to grow a child, for example, but they're a receiver of energy, whereas a man is a transmitter of energy, and the man is like the Heavenly Father.
Stop. Hold on. Let's go right back to what you said. You're scattergunning, so I want to take it step by step. So you just said that a woman requires energy in order to grow a baby. So are you saying that after a man, provides a seed to the woman, that man still provides energy to that woman to grow it?
Oh no, I didn't say that second part.
That's why I'm asking you, where does a woman need energy in order to grow a child? Are you saying that this is the energy and the woman just sits back and doesn't do anything, that the seed just basically is the energy?
It's a bit of a complicated question. I'm trying. Listen, the energy existing in the physics and the reality, and it's flowing through all of us.
Talking about reality, and you're saying it's pretty simple. What you just said makes no sense. So a man provides a seed, and that seed is the energy for that baby to grow. That woman doesn't provide the energy for that child to grow. Pretty sure it's the woman who provides the energy. The man provides.
Well, I was imagining that all the energy of the entire all things that move come from the sun, and it exits the moon, and that we're a microcosm of the macrocosm, and the man gives energy to the female, but like the sun gives energy to the moon, with the ground being the ground where excess energy. It's like an electrical circuit absorbed by the ground.
Yeah, I think you need to work on your.
Well, I'm here to work on it,
and I think you need to work on it because I'm not following at all how that correlates.
My fault. I don't mean to get in an argument. I'm actually here.
I'm not
here to sharpen my. Listen.
Oh my goodness!
I'm here to sharpen my mind. I don't mean to offend anybody at all.
listen to me for 2 seconds. Take a breath. Listen to me. You are not offending me. There is, if there is any girl you're going to offend, it's not going to be me. I am on the side of masculinity. I'm even on the side of chauvinism at times. Like, I am not the girl that is going to be offended by anything that you are saying. But when you're talking,
that's really cool and reassuring. Thanks for pointing that out.
Finish. So when you're talking about physics and about dualities and how things work, I think you need to actually like write it out and figure out how you're going to actually structure this and present it to people, because it isn't flowing properly. Like, you need to have something where it actually is like, yes, because of this, and there's this, and this, and there's this, and blah, blah, blah.
Hold up.
But
I may have misexplained what, but I do think the man represents the sun and the woman represents the moon.
So that's why we were asking you why. And then you said something about women having babies and the man provides the energy for the baby. And that's when I said, where? And so that's how we got into this conversation. So that's where I'm saying.
The sun provides the energy for the entire dimension, which includes men and women.
No. So you're saying, no, because you're saying that the sun is males and women are the moon. Now you're saying the sun provides the energy for everyone, which is meaning that the male is for providing the energy for a woman to have a seed, which doesn't make any sense. That's why I'm saying you need to go back to the drawing board.
No, I know. That's what I meant. That's what I really meant. That's what I actually meant. What you said is that the sun provides the energy that we're transmuting and rerouting. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying, and that's why I'm asking you to like explain it further, because it isn't making sense.
Oh, I don't mean any disrespect. I'm trying to say the energy is
Please don't explain it any further, Smurf. Just go ahead, keep to your word and mute yourself like you said before, please, because you do this very often.
You know what? I'm going to back off and I'm just going to mute myself. But it's great talking with you. It's great to meet with you, Miss Battle Modest, and please continue. It's good to talk with you.
I think if you just replace the word energy with DNA, what you said earlier would have been true.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to say, well, that's not also true either, because yes, the male provides DNA, so does the female, and exactly upon conception, that DNA splits and it becomes its own DNA. So as soon as conception happens, that DNA is therefore its own DNA. So it still comes from both mother and father, right? So even then, like, I get what he's saying, and I get that people have talked about this for, I mean, infinitum since the beginning of time. The moon is the mother, the sun is the father, but I would need more information behind like how these two things actually do represent that. And I don't think using seed.
Can I add one thing? I just want to say that I mean nothing but good and positive stuff, and I apologize if I wasn't negative.
Nobody said you didn't. I didn't take offense. I don't think anybody.
Cool. Thanks for being cool. Thank you for being cool.
I'm not offended.
I didn't mean to. Thank you for being cool, and I'm just gonna.
If you apologize one more time, I'm gonna perma ban you from the server.
Yeah, she wasn't offended. I wasn't offended, but let's hope that some of the people on YouTube were.
No, I'm here for knowledge. I'm here to exchange knowledge.
You do this pretty often. I've noticed this of you. You just playing the fool, and they tell you you don't need to apologize, and you keep apologizing. If you do it again, I'll perma-ban you from the server.
Oh, okay. In that case, I will not apologize anymore.
Exactly. Because you play the fool pretty often in here, and I really don't like it. And now the ladies are trying to have a conversation, and you keep doing this, and you. This is pretty common of you. So
you won't hear words. You won't hear a word.
You can topics and talk about it, but stop playing the fool.
Yeah, I'm kind of done. Thank you.
Hey, I said something on here earlier when we were arguing with that guy who was insisting that Crypto and everyone call him a woman, even though it's clearly a man. Something I said when I was talking to him is I said as a plain statement, a general statement, that women are more valuable than men. And that conversation with the whole, it takes the DNA of the man and the DNA of the woman, but it's the woman that carries the child, takes care of the child, more so.
Yeah,
That the point is since that's both DNA from both people, but only one carries a child and really makes the child, it by default makes women more valuable than men.
I disagree, Ryan, because no matter what, if we do not have men, then we would not have the women to be able to carry that child, and we would not have the fathers to protect them. It is so important. There is this trinity relationship between mother, father, and child. They are both horribly needed in that situation. And we see the outcomes of what happens when a father isn't there or a mother isn't there, and then there's a child. Like, all three are needed for there to be the best outcome we can possibly have. And there wouldn't even be a child if it wasn't for the father. So I'm going to stand up and say I appreciate the men, and I think they're just as valuable as women when it comes to, and just as important when it comes to having a child, raising family, and everything that they provide on this earth.
Oh yeah, and I agree with that. Well, no, I mean most of that, except for I still think women are more valuable than men part. But like, I'm just saying, like, two women, it's really more of a mathematical statement, really, than it's more of like a this person's better than that person kind of statement. Say like two women can easily get pregnant from one man at one point in time, but in the same period of time, one woman can't get pregnant twice from two men. So it's like, it's
what? Wait, yes, they can.
I know they can, but that rarely happens. The point is that almost never happens.
You're also making the point of the importance that a life isn't just about fucking somebody and then having a baby and then whatever happens to it. When a child is born, it is very important for them to have their mother and father. We aren't just like animals in nature, right? Like, it is very important. And without a man, there would never be another child. We need men. Both are just as valuable, and they're both just as needed inside of that child's life when that baby is born. We see what happens to fatherless children across this world. It's not good. And when men
I'm not saying that. I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that at all. Yeah, I know that. I agree with that. I'm strictly talking about the biological structure of it. That's it. I'm not saying fathers are pointless. Trust me.
Hey, I got a fun fact. I had an anatomy and biology professor tell the class once, and he is a heart surgeon also. But he said to the class, and I'll never forget this, he said that Y chromosome is a degenerate form of the X chromosome. And, when in whatever stage is appropriate to call it, when they start out female, all human beings at the first stage of like the first stage of the development, the sexual organs. I just find that fascinating. I don't know. So yeah, that's it, you guys. Please back to what you're talking about. Sorry.
I've been trying to figure out if women can think beyond sexuality.
Oh my gosh, are you freaking
What?
Get out of the manosphere and get your head out of grass or whatever porn you're watching or whatever.
Oh my goodness.
Ridiculous stuff you're watching, and talk to some actual females, because this is
men don't just watch porn. Maybe some do or may do, but some of us don't watch any at all. And yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I know plenty that don't, and they have their head on their shoulders, and they aren't in the manosphere while not watching porn, while also not going out on dates, while also not starting a family, and just dunking on girls all the time, saying how much better men are without any thought behind it whatsoever. So if you have an actual thought and a chain of thoughts that can actually show how much better men are than women, or how much better women are than men, any of you, I would love to hear it. but I'm pretty sure that we're both needed in this world and that we both need to start supporting each other because this shit is starting to get fucking old.
It's fucking old.
Cue the apology.
Sorry, not
I kinda-
sorry is what needs to be said here.
I kind of think that comparing men and women is a lot like comparing mushrooms. Like they all have their role to play. Some mushrooms like help wood decay, while other mushrooms like help you have experiences, right? So it's kind of like which one's better? They're all mushrooms, right?
Mushrooms
so
are pretty amazing.
Yes, they are. If you really look into it, I've seen a thing on, I think it was Netflix. It was really good. Anyway, but what I was pointing out is that men and women are symbiotic. They're one organism, in a way.
Exactly.
It's kind of like the race thing, right? Like if I meet a sub-Saharan African, right, it's kind of like what does he need? What do I need? We need and want the same things. Like we're the same, just slightly different. So some mushrooms take you to the sky, and some mushrooms decay wood. Right?
We can't survive without each other, period. That's what symbiosis means, right? Like we need each other to survive, period. One is not better than the other. Without the other, we cease to exist, period.
At the end of the day, I try to be the best I can be in light of the Heavenly Father, who is my guidance. I will do always the best I can do, and I will always do the right thing, and I will always strive to be the best I can be. And you know what? Women cannot drag me down because I have ascended beyond caring. I began in my early life as a receiver of energy. I became a conduit of energy, and I strive to be a transmitter of energy. And the Heavenly Father is where all the good things come from, is where I strive to be like the Heavenly Father. And then we can create and build and improve the world into a better world. Women, they drag me down.
Okay.
That is your problem, Smurf. If anything drags you down, they do not drag you down. You are allowing something to drag you down. You need to take control of your own life, your own actions, and your own thoughts and stop placing them on other people that are supposedly somehow actually physically making your mind think things or drag you down physically. That is all you, kid. Like, or man, or whoever you are, but you cannot blame it, especially not on an entire gender, which is a gender. Like, I'm sorry, you can't blame it on the opposite sex, the opposite gender, and say that they're the ones that are bringing you down. That is ridiculous.
But I've never met a woman who can cooperate with me to.
Wow, I wonder why.
Yeah, can we call an end to ladies' night? I think that's a perfect segue.
Yeah, quit smurfing around, dude.
There's no red flags or anything.
Hey, Smurf, I got a question for you. In the Smurf Kingdom, do they still make women wear burqas?
Yes.
So you got to change that. And then, you know, your perception might change, your attitude might change, your luck might change. A lot of it's luck. Something might change.
Have you noticed that everybody's wearing a face mask now?
I think you're a chicken. I think
Touche on that one.
I think that you can't grasp what I'm saying.
Conversation with me right now. I think you couldn't even take me on one, and you would just say, "Oh,
I'm right here, right now, ready to go down. Let's do it."
say something."
Don't forget, she has the power of ladies' night on her hands.
Let's do it.
Go. I've already dismantled you every single thing that you've said. Every single thing that you've said, I've completely dismantled you. Are you going to agree to that? Or are you just going to say I'm bringing you down? And
I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm going to have to.
Or are you just going to talk over me and hear the apex of what it is that I'm saying, so then you can just act like you never heard it and you can go about your merry way?
I'm only talking with you because you might be correct. I'm not trying to disagree with you.
This isn't a matter of, feelings or emotions, which you have been presenting. This is a matter of logic and fact. And you are on the wrong side of this.
Yikes.
I don't mean to offend anything. I might be on the wrong side of this, and that's not.
I know I'm on the wrong side of this. That would best suit you.
Well, I'm not. I don't mean to offend you.
No, you're not offending me. I don't know how many times.
Okay, well, don't get upset.
What you're saying doesn't offend me at all. It's not offensive because it's not true. And I don't find some offense to something, even if it were true, I wouldn't find offense to it. I'd be like, damn, that's logical. I should change my ways. But what you're saying isn't logical, therefore it isn't offensive. And what I think you need to do is get out of your emotions, get out of the manosphere, stop thinking that women can actually do something to you by their words or their actions. You are the only one in control of how you respond to other people. Somebody doesn't make you mad. You get mad because you get offended by what they're saying. So take control of yourself. Take control of yourself. Understand the words that you're listening to. Understand the words that you're speaking. And make sure that you know what you're talking about before you get into a conversation about anything that you're talking about, period. Because tonight has been a whirlwind.
I agree with you.
Hallelujah.
Who do you listen to on the internet that's been teaching this information?
Nobody.
Nobody. I don't think you came to these thoughts on your own. I think you've been listening to people on the internet.
Well, I'm not claiming that I'm correct. I'm just presenting perspective, and I accept if I'm not correct, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I'm not incorrect. But I'm
pretty sure about it. I just explained it to you. I literally just explained it to you. There is no logic, no fact in your reasoning, and you saying that women bring you down.
Well, you can't just say this and imagine like other women don't. Listen, you're saying the way you're speaking is not normal. A lot of women don't think the same way that you do.
Of course they don't, because they've been lost into leftism and feminism. And
that's it. I agree completely.
But that doesn't mean that it's all, and that doesn't mean that they can't be found by an actual man. So simping out to them and saying, oh, women are this way, and so then I'm affected by them, that's not being a man. And that's what the manosphere teaches people. It's like, no, man the fuck up, be a man, and real women and a real woman will come into your life. But if you talk like this to women, no one's going to want to knock on your door.
I've been fighting them off. But listen, I agree with about 98% of what you're saying.
Oh, really? What's the other 2% that you don't agree with?
What we were talking about, positive and negative with the sun and the moon. But yeah, I do agree with most of what you're saying.
You have a lot of facts backing that up.
I would like, could you please elaborate between the sun and the moon and the male and feminine? Truly, that's something I want to know about.
You were the one who brought it up. Why are we going to sit here to defend your argument that the sun and the moon?
Well, you don't have to. I asked you.
No.
You don't have to.
Go ahead. What are you going to say?
You don't have to defend my argument, or you don't have to entertain me. I was just presenting a question.
And we already told you, well, I already told you that you have nothing to back yourself up on these claims, that if you're going to actually say that the moon is feminine and the sun is masculine, that you actually need things that are actually not just, it wasn't even, there was no correlation even. You didn't even have correlation, let alone causation. There was no correlation for your argument. I've heard better ones from people on the fly. So again, that's why.
But can you attack my argument that the sun is positive and the moon is negative? Can you provide any
Yeah, off of what you said, I already did, because you said it was the males that were providing energy to female, and that's why the son, whatever. And I said, it really, the man gives the seed, but he doesn't provide energy to the female while she's having a child, while she's growing that child within her. I dismounted you in 2 seconds. That was a long time ago. So if you have something else you want to bring, I'm more than willing to discuss.
It is required that a man participate with a woman to create another man life.
What?
No.
To create life requires both men and women.
I'm sorry, you were so mumbly and slurry, I couldn't understand.
To create life requires a union of man and woman.
And?
They're both required, but
yeah,
men and women.
What does that have to do with the moon and the sun?
That's what I'm asking you, and that's
What are you
asking me? I want to know what you believe about the moon and the sun.
Wait a second. Hold on. I'm a little confused what you guys are even arguing about, because I thought this was just a big metaphor sort of thing, where you're talking like a naturally occurring metaphor. I thought that's what you're talking about.
Orion, no, he is saying that the moon is feminine, the sun is masculine. He's giving these reasons why they are what they are. Then he said, well, it's because the sun gives energy and the moon sucks energy and some other weird thing. And then it's because the man gives the energy to the woman to be able to have a child by the seed. I already mentioned that. Then he now is saying, well, because the man and the woman are both needed in order to have a child. And I said, what does that have to do with anything? Like, of course you are. And he said, yes, that's exactly it. So explain it to me. So now he's asking me to explain to him how those two things relate to the sun and the moon being masculine and feminine. We're in a circle of drunkery that I think we need to just quit.
But I agree with everything you just said.
From your perspective, though, when he says that the moon is feminine, what does the moon being feminine mean to you?
It doesn't mean shit to me. He's the one who brought it up, said that this is what it is, and he wanted to share with us that that's what it is, and he should be the one to explain to us that that's why it is. It doesn't mean anything to me. I mean,
a follow-up question, though, is anything in the sky feminine to you?
He was the one saying that that is what it is. He was proclaiming that he was the one saying the moon is feminine, the sun is masculine. This wasn't about all of us being like, oh, yeah, it is. Let's all have a discussion about it. He was saying that that's what it was. Yeah, how did we get here? No, the sky is a whole bunch of things. It's masculine, it's feminine. It has things in the sun and the moon and all across the world. But I'm not going to say that the moon is feminine and the sun is masculine. I'm not going to do that. Like, I haven't researched that, taken papers on it, and put all these things. There's no fact behind it. That's emotions that are dealing with people and gripping people with stories that they've heard and what things mean. This is like nothing.
Yeah, so it's all subjective. We're not talking about objective reality. We're just talking about subjective reality, how the lights in the sky make us feel.
Not allowed in here. Period. It's usually not allowed in here. But we have taken it on and we've had this conversation, and it was distinctly because he was saying he was going to tell us how it was. That's why this conversation started. And that's when he said it takes the seed of a man, and that's the energy from the sun that gives that power to the moon in order to have a child. I mean, I don't want to explain this for the.
I didn't mean to offend anybody, but I truly believe everything you said.
You're not believing anything I said. I'm repeating what you said.
Well, that's what I believe. You're correct in your analysis of what I believe.
Now he's saying he believes what I say. So I'm explaining what he said. This is hilarious.
Unmuted Smurf. I just want to point out that we all got smurfed tonight, and just remember this night is the night that you got smurfed.
This is smurfing ridiculous.
Sure, I'm not sure what we just experienced, guys.
The most smurfing I've ever smurfed in my smurfing.
I know that voice. I know that voice. What's up?
By the way, thank you, Hank.
Okay, maybe it wasn't the white voice I thought it was. No, it
I didn't
was.
do it for you. I didn't do it for the ladies. I did it for myself.
Thank you, Hank.
Hank, you did it for the propane.
I get it. And the accessories.
And the accessories.
I thought he was anti-pain.
Hey, Hank, check it out. This is Hangouts, man. Where you at?
Thank you.
So plays the fool more than once in here. He's always doing that shit. He's definitely LARPing. I've noticed this for a long time.
He's a
So
bit of
do
a
we
Smurf
wanna
tard.
conclude Ladies' Night officially? Seems to
I
be
do.
going in that direction. It is 9 o'clock here. Oh, what? All right, gentlemen. Unless there's a lady that has an objection.
Any ladies have anything else to say?
No, I think that was pretty much it.
Well, your efforts are appreciated. All right, gentlemen, proceed.
Thank you, ladies.
I'm flexing right now. I don't know what you meant.
Hey, we can do a song. If anyone wants to do one, not me, somebody. Or bring up a topic.
Why is the old dude always picking on me?
So earlier today, I was walking down the street on my way to work, and this guy was walking off of the sidewalk and into the street to step away from me while he's got one of these things on his head, strapped to his head, outside.
You mean
on the street.
an Elizabethan collar?
Yeah, something like that. One of those sort of things. And it was kind of funny too, because I think it actually had the Oregon Ducks logo on it. So like, Jesus Christ, But anyway, as he's walking past me, I'm telling him, the Earth is flat and stationary, and you can't, it's a topographical plane of existence. As I'm saying that to him, he's just starting to continue onward, walking, thinking I'm crazy or whatever. And I get the words out, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. Right as he's about to get earshot out of me. And as I'm walking around the corner and I'm stopping to turn around and, hawk a loogie on a bush next to me, I see him walking off in the distance, and he's still walking the same direction away from me, but he's turned away looking right at me. And I turn around and keep walking the direction I was going, I didn't even see him look at me and everything. I don't even give a fuck about what he's thinking or whatever. I just thought that was just so funny.
I was picturing him look. Sorry, just fault.
That was good.
That was a good use of the soundboard.
Oh, thank you. I'm just picturing the dude walking away, staring back at you like, the hell just happened?
I found the picture of the dude, by the way.
Orion always has that good street approach. I should practice that more.
I don't know why he does it with the zipper down the whole time, though.
Yeah, a great way to do that is people waiting in line outside of food carts, like Mexican food trucks or whatever. Because they're
and
like,
you just
you know,
come out of a porta
there.
potty and try to shake their hand. That's how I do it. I'm just saying. I thought we were commiserating.
Nearby.
Sorry.
So I had a Glober coworker today say, you know, the difference between me and you, I don't dwell on these things. I'm like, right, you just acquiesce to the narrative.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever dwelled. I got my, I think most of us are sitting back with our feet up on the table at this point.
Right, like my bad, I'm using that thing between my ears.
You cut out right after you said that thing between my.
I was saying, you know, my bad basically for using the thing between my ears.
How dare you?
But that's what, you know, happens when you're dealing with walking zombies. I'm still waiting on you know, evidence of alleged earth curvature.
Might be a while, but see, we got a couple VC verified, Gifted Paradox, and I think
Gifted
Troll.
Paradox wants to be a flat earther.
Oh, nice.
You got to try pretty hard. Gifted. But I mean,
Deuce Volt, I'm the one who brought him to the server, and
Yeah.
we've had several different conversations on the phone, and he's on board, brother.
Look at me in the eyes. Fly.
I'll look at your profile. That's his